such a huge Peter Cook fan. Peter Hook fan. You're welcome, Mr. Neil Young.
This is hell.
I see. Good morning, freaks. This is hell. Manufacturing dissent since 1996. This is not the media. This is hell, where every week we tell you the stories and views that scare the hell out of the news. I'm your bitter, blind, broke, gap-toothed radio show host, Chuck Mertz. Producing the show on the other side of the glass in alphabetical order are Dan Cox. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Chuck.
What's new by you?
Not so much. I'm actually looking at the mug that you gave me for this coffee, and it says it's from the 15th anniversary of the Bangor Gun Show.
Yes, it does.
How was the Bangor Gun Show?
Oh, it was fantastic. Actually, I wouldn't know. One of our correspondents, Dr. Chris Bigosinski, his wife attends the Bangor Gun Show on a regular basis, so she got me that mug. I don't know if that's true, but let's just say it is.
Beautiful.
Also, on the other side of the glass, producing this morning's show, Alex Jerry. Good morning, Alex.
Hey, morning, Chuck.
My mug says Michigan is the Wolverine state. What's up with you, Alex?
I have been doing self-help books to figure out what sort of job I should look for, and after looking through all of the criteria and making my flowcharts, I decided that my ideal job is tasing litterers because it appeals to my sense of justice and my love of being outside.
So you've been reading Getting Things Done, then, apparently.
It's what color my parachute is.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. So if anyone knows of a job tasing litterers, or actually anything else, tasing optional, let me know because I'm looking for a job.
This morning we'll tell you about a massive protest that took the streets and actually worked, so you know it didn't happen here in the U.S. We'll find out if Sharia law is really being enforced on London's streets, as 60 Minutes reported this week. We'll figure out how the vote was stolen this time. We'll reveal the true state of police violence in Chicago. We'll introduce you to the Republic of Outsiders that are changing the U.S. and the world, and we'll wrap up the whole thing with one singular moment of truth. This is Hell is broadcast live over the air every Saturday morning, 4 hours of completely unedited, uninterrupted, alternative to alternative radio, and we do it right here on Chicago's Sound Experiment, WNUR 89.3 FM, streaming live online at WNUR.org/live, and podcast shortly after at thisishell.com, where you can sign up for our email newsletter, which sends to you each and every Monday morning a segmented version of the show, so you can listen to the entire show or however the hell you want. This is Hell has correspondents all over the world in New York, LA, San Francisco, Quebec, Mexico City, Rio de Janeiro, Dublin, Stockholm, Seoul, all over the place. In fact, we have over 30 correspondents stationed around the world. This morning, we open with reports from 3 of our correspondents. First, live from Budapest, Hungary, Todd Williams is an African-American expat from Sacramento, California, who has lived in Budapest for the past 21-plus years. Todd will be on to tell us about last month's internet tax protest that brought tens of thousands of Hungarians to the streets, and it actually worked. Then we'll hear from our correspondent in London, David Scallender, who will give us, as always, the view from the agile left. David will be on today to hopefully reassure me that the 60-minute story on Muslim extremist vigilantes enforcing Sharia law in the streets of London is a bunch of fear-mongering hype. At least I hope so, because I live in a neighborhood with a large Muslim population, and the 60-minute story scared the hell out of me. At around 10:30, we'll hear from investigative journalist Greg Palast, who yet again has frightening stories of voters being taken off the voter rolls. We're very proud to have Greg as one of our irregular correspondents. This may all sound very familiar to you, as Greg has been reporting the story on This Is Hell since November 2000, after he broke the story of 57,000 votes being purged from Florida's voter rolls. That's 57,000 voters being purged from Florida's voter rolls during the Bush-Gore contest. In fact, This Is Hell was the first U.S. broadcast outlet to interview Greg way back in 2000. Next, we'll speak with two investigative reporters, Allison Flowers and Sarah McAray. They are co-authors of the Truth Out investigative report, Amid Shootings, Chicago Police Department Upholds Culture of Impunity. Around 11:45, we'll talk to columnist for and contributing editor to the Columbia Journalism Review, Alyssa Quart. She is the author of the new book, Republic of Outsiders, The Power of Amateurs, Dreamers, and Rebels. Then we'll wrap up today's This Is Hell with Jeff Dorchin's always brutally insightful and hilarious moment of truth, live from Los Angeles. Every week, This Is Hell is brave to be live, dumb enough to be goofy, and stupid enough to think that we could be a regular part of your Saturday morning hangover. Gentlemen, what is this morning's hangover cure?
This morning's hangover cure is sure to help you clean out your local farmer's market. This morning's hangover cure is Sopa Levanta Muertos, a Mexican breakfast soup that translates to the soup that raises the dead. Sopa Levantas Muertos is a chicken soup spiced with fresh basil, Italian seasoning, turmeric, sea salt, chili pepper, paprika, thyme, rosemary, ginger, and garlic. You throw all those spices into 6 cups of water the night before with a pound of chicken thighs, any pork beef, or large chicken bones you may have lying around, as well as throwing in some cremini mushrooms and yellow onions. You bring the water to a boil, then put it in the refrigerator. Then, the next morning, you throw in zucchini, carrots, sweet potato, celery, Roma tomatoes, and bell peppers, and let it heat for up to 20 minutes. So, in honor of the Day of the Dead, which was recently celebrated, this morning's hangover cure is the awesomely named Sopa Levantas Muertos, or the soup that raises the dead.
Is that the greatest name for a soup
That
ever?
doesn't sound like you're cooking the chicken long enough.
It doesn't.
I mean, maybe the point is to expunge everything by
Maybe that's how it
poisoning
raises the dead.
yourself. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you guys a question while I have you on here. So there's this amazing new Mexican restaurant in my neighborhood, in, Devon neighborhood, where we have mostly Indian and Pakistani food. It's amazing. It's really great. And on the sign it says, halal Mexican food. But they serve pork. How can a place be Mexican or be halal and at the same time sell pork?
The pork is not Mexican.
I'm sorry, how can it be? I just don't get it.
Splitting the Gordian knot. The halal Mexican food is the Mexican food is halal. The pork is not halal.
All right.
Or the pork is not Mexican.
So, all right. So there's this new restaurant in Devon, and no, it's not Desi food from Pakistan and India. It's a halal Mexican joint, and they have amazing halal tacos. In case you don't know what halal is, it's what kosher is to Jews, but for Muslims. The place is called Restaurant Los Caminos de Michoacan, and it's delicious. I overheard a Muslim family that was eating at Los Caminos saying they were so excited because finally there was halal Mexican food. They wanted to know what enchiladas were, what suiza meant. It made me think that this is a great cross-cultural moment, and very cool that the Mexican owners saw the need for the place to be halal. However, I really don't get how it can both be halal and serve pork. In any event, if you are Muslim and have never had Mexican food, or you are in the Devon area and want something other than South Asian food, or you're simply looking for good Mexican food, check it out at 2305 West Devon. Again, it's Restaurant Los Caminos de Michoacan. And if you are Muslim, please contact me at chuck@thisishell.com and explain to me how a place that serves pork, how can a place that serves pork be halal? A few weeks ago, I mentioned a story here on the air, and I have to follow up on it. I was saying how there was this is in early October. I was talking about a new and amazing report from two past This Is Hell guests, Glenn Greenwald and Murtaza Hussain at The Intercept. And the headline was, "The Fake Terror Threat Used to Justify Bombing Syria." In the article, Glenn and Murtaza write about the threat to the U.S. posed by the new Khorasan group, which is even worse than ISIS. Media outlet after media outlet, the New York Times, the AP, CNN, NBC, CBS, ABC, they all jumped on the threat to the U.S. that Khorasan was. But Glenn and Murtaza write, once it served its purpose of justifying the start of the bombing campaign in Syria, the Khorasan narrative simply evaporated as quickly as it materialized. Foreign Policy's Shane Harris, with two other writers, was one of the first to question whether the threat was anywhere near what it had been depicted to be. And then I was mentioning on the show how Even more remarkable, it turns out the very existence of an actual Khorasan group was to some degree an invention of the American government. NBC's Richard Engel, the day after he reported on the U.S. government claims about the group for Nightly News, seemed to have serious second thoughts about the group's existence, tweeting, "Syrian activists telling us they've never heard of Khorasan or its leader." So I was mentioning this on the show back on October 4th, I believe it was. Then there's this story from Reuters that got picked up by the Chicago Tribune on Thursday, and I was stunned. The headline is U.S. launches fresh strikes on Khorasan group in Syria. Remember, we've already figured out that they're a fiction. Foreign Policy had people on the ground saying it's fiction. The Intercept had people on the ground saying it's fiction. NBC News had people on the ground saying it's fiction, saying that the person who is in charge of Khorasan nobody has ever heard of. This is from Reuters on Thursday. The United States said it conducted airstrikes on Wednesday night against the so-called Khorasan group of al-Qaeda-linked militants based in Syria, saying the group was plotting to attack Europe or the United States. Well, that'd be interesting for them to do, seeing as how they don't exist. Separately, one U.S. official said a target of the strike was David Drudgen, a French-born militant and convert to Islam who some U.S. officials have described as a bomb maker for the group. U.S. officials have not confirmed that Drudgen was killed in the attack. U.S. officials also said they believe a leader of the group had been killed in the strike. In a statement on Thursday, Central Command said the strikes were carried out by the U.S. military against 5 Khorasan targets near Samada, Syria. And then this is from several of the group's vehicles and buildings, as well as bomb-making and training facilities have been destroyed, it said. But in these attacks, what was reported were a whole bunch of civilian deaths. And the people on the ground said, the Syrian opposition said, that the people who were killed were from the al-Nusra Front and not from the Khorasan group. So we know civilians were killed. We know people from the al-Nusra group were killed. We don't even know if the Khorasan group exists. And that's who Reuters is saying. And the Tribune keeps picking up the story that the United States is at war with a group that we don't even know if they exist, which is really, really weird. All right, hold a second. I got to grab my notes because I just dropped them. So, did you know that mass protests are not completely futile? Me neither. When I discovered a protest actually worked in Hungary, we had to contact our man in Budapest, Todd Williams. He is an African-American expat from Sacramento, California, who has lived in Budapest for over 21 years, mostly by chance. It is immaterial what he does for a living. For pleasure, he enjoys each moment to its fullest. Good morning, Todd.
Good morning. How are you guys?
But I want to add one thing about Todd's bio here. I will tell you that Todd has been a host of a TV show on Hungary's MTV, not to be confused with the U.S. music television station. He's a dub DJ, teacher, translator, father, and as far as I can tell, one of the best human beings in the world.
Oh, thanks a lot for that.
Sure. And that kind of endorsement you can put on your resume and get absolutely no work whatsoever.
Well, I don't want to work, so it's okay.
All right, so I saw some raw footage from the AP of the protest. It sounded like the protesters were chanting "net for free" in Hungarian. There were people throwing computer equipment like monitors and keyboards at what appeared to be a government building without any challenge by police. The computers were being thrown at the building, breaking windows. I also saw thousands of people on the streets, and many of them were holding up smartphones pointing toward the protest leaders, so it looked like a sea of lights. How quick did this go from a floated idea by the government to tax the internet to a protest?
Basically, like 4 days. I mean, I think it was on Monday or Tuesday that they announced it, and immediately the guy who so basically a guy made a Facebook page, a group page, and he said, let's protest and let's go demonstrate this tax increase, and it was actually called 100,000 against the tax. Okay, against the net tax. So basically, he was trying to get 100,000 people to go out there. I think somewhere between 30 and 40,000 went out there.
Wow.
So it was done I think when the announcement was made, I already started hearing people talking about it in the afternoon. So I think that was on the 21st, I think, which I don't know if that was Monday or Tuesday, but I heard people talking about it, like on the tram, on the buses, just all of a sudden people started talking about it. And of course, it's all because of Facebook. It shows the power of Facebook, basically. I mean, and this guy had, so he's kind of a famous blogger. His mom is she's a from one of the parties here, the MSP, the Hungarian Social Democrats. So she's part of that party, and she's in Brussels. She's a European member of Parliament there. So he's from a political family. He has a political blog, and he has a lot of followers on the blog. So I think, he was able, and I think he knew this. I think that he knew that he would be able to get, or thought he could get 100,000 people out there. I don't know if he was disappointed or not, but because it wasn't 100,000.
What was the tax? Explain to people what the exact tax was.
Yeah, so there was an announcement made by one of the ministers that said that they were going to tax 150 forints per gigabyte on the traffic on the net. Now, there's a tax already on there's a communications tax that's on mobile phones. So when you make a call, you have to pay 1 or 2 forints per call, I think, something like that, which is not ridiculous. But the 150, so I think, now, when I was doing the research, I haven't been able to figure it out because everything that I read basically says that this was a tax that was going to come on the people. So people just assume that, if you use your internet, then you're going to have to pay 150 forints per gigabyte, which is a lot. It would be something like an extra $70 to $100 if you figure that people use, say, 50 gigabytes a month. And you can assume, I checked mine and I'm over 200. So, it'd be a lot, which we wouldn't have to pay, which we don't normally pay now. Okay. So that was announced, but as I did some more research, I think that was actually a tax that was going to be on the ISPs.
Oh, so not on the actual customers themselves, but on the ISP. But you'd figure that ISP would pass that cost on to you.
Exactly, and I think people just so I think that when the news went around, the news was basically meaning when people were talking about it, everyone assumed that it was going to be on them. So no one even I think most people thought that it was actually a tax on the people and not on the ISPs. Okay, so that I couldn't find the first post to see what the guy had actually said because there was the thing had blown up so much that all over the Facebook is so long. I spent like half an hour trying to scroll down and still didn't come to the first post. So I was like, okay. And there was thousands of people on the Facebook page as well. So but back to the original question? Yeah. Let me just say that I think so. There's a new proposal, and that is definitely on the ISPs, and it's for a lot less money. So it's something like 700 forints per month, a tax on whatever, just on the whole communication system itself, and that's on the ISPs. And one of the members of Parliament, Antal Rogan, he actually said, we expect, whether this means anything or not is another question, but he said, we expect the ISPs to pay this tax out of their profits.
So was the problem, you think, the fact that there was any tax whatsoever, or that the tax was just too high?
Too high. I'm sure of that. And when I heard that, I said to myself, there is no way that this is going to be a real that this is a real thing. I didn't expect people to protest, so that was a huge surprise to me, especially the numbers. Because the day before, I had seen so let's see, that's on, I think Wednesday was a holiday. So they have the national holiday for the celebration of the October Revolution, which happened in the 56 Revolution. So they had a protest in the square near my house, and there was when I came by around 4:00, there was like just a few hundred people, and eventually about 4,000 people went there, and that demonstration was called Free Yourself. So that was, when I saw that, I thought that's a lot of people here in Hungary, because people don't, usually there's only 1,000 people at a protest or whatever. So then when I heard people were going to go, I didn't go to that protest because I assumed that this tax is not going to happen. It's just way too high, and there's no way that they can push this through. I thought about the ISPs as well. I thought they would think this would be too much. So I didn't think anything about how serious the protest would be. So essentially, when I heard it, I was blown away by how many people went there. So.
Yeah, that is really crazy that so many people would show up. I wanted to know, what is the, in a lot of places around the world, like in South Korea, it's free broadband Wi-Fi for everybody. When the United States passed the Telecommunications Act of 1996, I believe in that whole process, there was the selling off of the digital bandwidth for $70 billion by the Clinton administration, and we were promised by all the people who were purchasing that bandwidth that in the future we would also have broadband Wi-Fi accessibility to everybody. What is the situation in Hungary? Because on the John Oliver show, on his segment, there's some comparison to Estonia. How much does it cost for you to just go online in Hungary today?
Yeah, so I mean, basically, I think our bill is $6,000. So that's the foreign is $25.50. That's like $60 a month.
So it's a lot.
And
it's a lot like here.
Is that a lot?
No, it's a lot like here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think okay, and so the availability of the net, I mean, it is completely widespread. Cafes have it for free. I mean, it's not like when I was at home, you went to Starbucks and they made you pay or whatever. Here, every single cafe has it, and you can connect to their internet. So, I mean, I don't know what Estonia is like. I don't know what they mean by that. Isn't Estonia pretty heavily covered?
Yeah, I have no idea. I didn't know what that remark was like. I didn't understand that remark either. I think that what they were trying to say is that maybe in Estonia they pay less or something. I didn't really get that remark from the John Oliver show where I saw this.
Yeah, so I don't know what that means. I mean, basically there is no problem here with the net. I mean, we pay what I think is reasonable amounts of money. It's all fast. It's pretty high. It's really good actually, and everyone uses it. So actually, I should say that too. That the protest. This was obviously people who use Facebook. So one of my friends who was there said that everyone was young. We're talking about the 20s. And of course it's telling to see that everyone had their phone and they were taking pictures. I mean, that society is here. That people are really into their phones and stuff. So I mean, young people, and Facebook is rampant now. At first there was a Hungarian Facebook type thing, but it didn't have like games and stuff on it. So it lasted for a while, but they just never pushed it forward and made it new or whatever. And then when Facebook spread here, which was much later than a lot of other countries, for example, ex-Yugoslavian countries they had been on Facebook for at least 3 years before Hungarians got caught on to it. So it was really funny how late it happened here. But when it did, really caught on. And then, phones are relatively cheap. So, I mean, basically access to the net and, smartphones and all that stuff. I mean, it's like I haven't been to the States since that has happened, but I imagine it's very similar to that, So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the sense that I got online that when people were protesting, because when people were talking about the protest, and I watched that John Oliver thing, I mean, it gave the impression that we are oppressed in the net, and I don't think that's the case. And they haven't passed the law yet, or they haven't passed the new regulation yet, which I think there's going to be a vote on it on the 16th or the 17th, so I guess coming up this week. And there's supposed to also be another protest. So they're already announcing that they want people to go out there. So, there's been two. There was the first one, and then the second one was on Tuesday. And, I mean, it did change. It did make Orban come out and say we can't do this. But I have to admit that in my own opinion is that he never intended for this to happen. I don't know if he intended for the protest to happen, but I don't think he ever intended for this bill to go through. Because, there's another scandal happening here. The U.S. has banned 6 people from coming to the United States, one of which is the head of the tax authority here, and they are being banned because an American business here says they're corrupt, and because of this corruption, this American business that makes cooking oil, they can't compete here. So apparently they complained to the government, and so this announcement was made that these 6 people can't go to the United States now. And I'm not sure what that means, but there is a kind of an issue going on here, and some people suggest that Orban did this tax thing so that he could divert people's attention from this other scandal, which is pretty big because the fact that the tax authority guy is implicated in this case. Plus, the acting ambassador to the United States, the charge d'affaires, his name is Andre Goodfriend, and he used to be in, I want to say Syria. I think he was in Syria before he came here. He came here in 2013. And he was at the protest, like visibly at the protest. And then after that, a guy who was part of the guys who were suggesting this new tax law so actually Andre, this Goodfriend dude, he tweeted that it was a great moment in Hungary or something like that. I forgot what he actually said. And then this Hungarian guy from the ministry tweeted back to him, and they got into this kind of tweet argument about whether he should have been at this protest or not, and doesn't that show something about what America's intentions are and stuff. And I think he was suggesting that maybe the American, the embassy and stuff were behind this protest. But, I mean, I don't think that's the case at all.
That's really weird, because I was thinking, why would Orban make this kind of miscalculation where you have one of your ministers suggest a tax increase that's so high that people are going to protest against it? But the way that you're saying it, maybe it's not a political miscalculation.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. Yeah, and other people. So people around me have suggested that, and it's because there's the way that Orban is doing politics here is I mean by when he nationalized a tobacco company, I mean it was just so blatant that he gave that stuff to his friends. So it's almost like he's going by a playbook or something, if you know what I mean. So this would be in line with that kind of idea, so thinking about that. In fact, with the tobacco thing, I saw there's a tobacco store really near my house, and a brand new one opened right next to that guy's one. So they didn't even check to see, like, does it matter where you open it? So it's like they if they don't, and it seems like they don't like that guy. I asked him, and he said, I don't know why they're opening or whatever. And it's almost like they're trying to push him out. So it's like he uses political muscle as much as he can, and I can imagine him doing something like this because no one's talking about this tax scandal. So, I mean, or this scandal against this company Bunge or whatever. So, I mean, it could be his way of doing politics here. But there was also some suggestion that a couple of guys from the ministry also said that they think that this is some kind of punishment from America because they're looking towards Russia, right? So they see this as a kind of an open punishment to tell or to give Orban a message or whatever. And one of the guys said, we essentially don't care what the Americans think. We're our own country, so.
Wow. And as I was telling you and telling our audience at the beginning of this, we're speaking with Todd Williams. He is our correspondent in Budapest, Hungary. The first place I heard about this story was this week last night, the HBO show with John Oliver, which I think is exceptional. But on that show, he called Viktor Orban the Hungarian president everyone hates. But this week, Bloomberg reported Prime Minister Viktor Orban predicts Hungary's economy will expand 3.2% this year, the fastest clip in 8 years after shrinking 1.7% in 2012. And those numbers aren't only Orban's, but the IMF backs them up too. Since taking office in 2009, Hungary has had higher bond returns than any other European country. In April, his party won 45% of the vote, with the center-left opposition getting only 25% for second place, and the far-right Jobbik party getting 21%. So how much does everyone in Hungary hate Viktor Orban?
Well, that's funny that those numbers came out. I'm going to check to see if people change. But I have a lot of feeling, or my feeling is that people who supported him, you need to. This is one of these kind of countries where there is definitely a provincial presence. So so it's a very different feeling when you are in a smaller town or a countryside town or whatever, where the support for Fidesz is much stronger, and they. Because they are falling into so they believe in the idea that it's a great bring back pride. So that's what the countryside people are really into. We were a great nation once, and we should have that again. And we lost because people still imagine that they lost that 40 years. So Germany's 40 years ahead, and France is 40 years ahead, and we got to catch up or whatever. So there's that feeling here. But around me, people who were supporters of him, of Fidesz, are becoming more and more disillusioned. So, I mean, they say, this guy is really going too far. And I should put in here that I think there's a question, the Russian question is always at hand. There's always people talking about, we just don't want to be back with Russia. We don't want to be with communists, with Russia, because not even just that they're communists, but they've always, as I mentioned before, they're always messing with us. So we don't want to do that. So why is he turning in that direction? However, there is a growing feeling that, the United States, the greatness of the United States is not as great, right? So that, and I think that's spurring from the net, so you're starting to see all those documentaries, and people watch those here too. So there's a feeling that that's not the direction to look. So it's hard to say, because I can't be sure if the people that I know are anomalies or not, and if there's if everyone I don't know still supports him or not, or if there's questions about him. But I feel like it's changing. And I suspect that people wouldn't vote so directly for him next time. But, I mean, there's even a question about when you say 45%, that he won 45%. I mean, people are questioning that. And a couple of people have said to me that if you actually count the numbers, it's really only like 23%. Now, I don't know what they're referring to, because I didn't look into the election data. But ultimately, there's a feeling that 45% doesn't actually represent that.
There was a report on BBC News from their correspondent Nick Thorpe, and he said that the internet tax proposal, quote, managed with one stroke to do something with which opposition leaders had tried and failed to do for 5 years: unify Orban's opponents. You were saying that the person who is behind the Facebook group, he is the son of one of these social democratic political leaders. So to what degree is this a partisan political protest, the internet tax protest, and B, to what degree is this the beginning of the end of Orban? Because that's the way that Nick Thorpe sees it. He says stuff like the government's communication methods failed again, as they have with almost every major decision since Fidesz, that's Orban's party, came to power in April.
That's okay. As soon as people realized who he was, that he was the son of this MSP person in Europe, in Brussels, immediately there was all kind. Of course, the right, the people who are Fidesz, that was their attack immediately. This is obviously political, and it is so orchestrated, and that was their criticism of it. And people had points to say how he's connected to that party, actually, that the son personally is connected to the party. But at the same time, another guy, my friend who worked at one of the online news outlets, he basically said that no, it was civil, it was nonpartisan at all, and I tend to believe that it was. So let me say the second question, whether it's the end of Orban, and it feels like this is an opposition thing. I would say no to that, because I think this whole thing is about Facebook, that it is a Facebook event, and it's about that. And although they are protesting the tax, it doesn't translate into let's make a political movement out of it. So the political left here is still fragmented. There's still tons of infighting. I mean, you guys know that my ex-student is like some co-chairman of one of these parties, and I think he's gunning to be, to try to get into a position to be a prime minister at some point down the road. And so he is criticizing the other guy who's also on. I mean, they are totally fragmented. So. But whether this group of people who is protesting, whether they're going to whether they signal the end of Orban, I mean, how would they signal that? By that would turn into some political force that then votes against Orban the next election, or so how would that work?
Yeah, I don't see it working, especially when 66% of the vote went to Fidesz or Jobbik, and only 25% went to the alternative. So I don't really see how that's going to turn into. I think that Nick Thorpe is just like everybody in the West. They're hoping for Viktor Orban to fail, and so they're trying to force that into their story. John Oliver on his show this week, last night on HBO this week, he called the Orban government an illiberal democracy close to Putin, and Orban likes the way things are done in Turkey and China. And then at the protests, I saw people waving these huge red flags with Putin and Orban's face on them, with Putin in the foreground. So I didn't know, are those protest flags against Orban? Are those flags that are for Orban? I really didn't get that, and I didn't really get how popular Putin is.
Okay, so actually, I don't know the answer to those flags thing. That's also strange for me too. You're talking about I didn't see that.
Oh yeah,
they're
really cool.
Protest?
Yeah, they're really cool. So if you go to Google and you look up Hungary internet tax protest, and you go to, there's this one set of footage down, it's by AP, and it just says raw footage. There's this group of people waving these flags, and in the foreground is Putin's face, and in the background, I think it's Putin's face, it happens in a flurry, and in the background is Orban's face looking sideways while Putin's face is looking directly at you.
Yeah, I would assume that's a protest flag in some irony, perhaps. I mean, yeah, it's got to be. I mean, it can't be the other way at a protest like this.
Okay.
Because I don't imagine that. You know, one of the things about all of this is that ultimately, so the question of whether Orban lasts or not, I think is going to turn to how it works out with the Russians. You know, I mean, when he says he likes Turkey and Russia, I have to admit, I find that hard to believe that he really believes that. I just think he's doing his political machinations. You know, because he seems like that kind of guy. You know, and that's just my own impression about, you know, the smaller things that he talks about, how he mentions stuff and all of that. But you know, or I think he thinks he's shrewd, but you know, maybe he's not so. But with the Russian issue, you know, this could turn into something pretty bad if they eventually take a lot of money and can't pay back, or you know, however that works, because there's some questions about what the terms of that contract are. You know, so and there's another question about the EU, because one guy said, if the EU doesn't like us, and they know where they can go or whatever. So kind of suggesting that, we can leave. Now that's kind of I won't say that guy's a fringe guy because he's in the ministry, but I don't think that's the common feeling among the party either, or among the people. So I think they're split on that. But but it does come up. It does come up about whether Hungary should actually be in the EU or not. And I'll say again, I think that there is a kind of an alignment question, and I think that's where he's driving from, that he thinks that maybe it's better to align east or whatever, because, there's talk, people think there's going to be a big conflict, and maybe Europe has to get involved, and who knows what that would mean. So,
the BBC's Nick Thorpe, he also pointed out that the European Commission has, quote, previously criticized Viktor Orban's government for constitutional proposals seen to be cementing the Fidesz's party's political dominance. But is it that Orban has some sort of grip on power, or is it that he's just popular?
I think he's just popular. I mean, he does have a grip on power, but he's more of I have to say he's more of a populist. If you look at the way he behaves, I mean, he does stuff for his friends and stuff, and there's always corruption question around him, like who is involved in this kind of business and who paid off who. I mean, there's tons of that. So I don't see him as a totally authoritarian figure. And okay, but he is in a position of power. He has and I think he imagines that he's okay because he has a mandate. People have voted for him. No matter what you say, the way that they've counted the votes, he's in a majority. So, I mean, ultimately, it's that question: does he feel like he has a mandate? And I think he does. I think he feels like that. But if you talk, so someone else suggested to me that maybe outside forces would want to change here in Hungary, but they face the same problem that Hungarians face, which is, well, who do you change to? Because there's no real discernible leader on the left that you could say, okay, that's a person we trust, or that's a person that, could actually run the country, has good ideas, or whatever. There's just simply no one. So I think that until that changes, until the left changes, I think Orban's going to have he's going to have popularity, because people at least think, well, he's kind of a strong character. He's at least Hungarian, so they'll go behind that.
That's our man in Budapest, Todd Williams. Todd, go buy me one of those flags.
Okay, I'll check it out and let you know what the deal is.
All right, thanks.
Guys all take it easy.
Thanks, Todd. Stay beautiful, my friend. Talk to you later.
Ciao.
Bye. This is Hell, every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. I'm your bitter, blind, broke, gap-toothed radio show host, Chuck Mertz. Here's this morning's question from hell for you, our listening audience. The best reply gets a free copy of Naomi Klein's new book, This Changes Everything, Capitalism versus Climate Change. Leave your reply at the This Is Hell Facebook page, so like us on Facebook. Or you can just send it to Chuck at thisishell.com, Chuck at thisishell.com. Here's the question. The media has been hyping lots of fear of late, but ISIS? Meh. Or how about that Khorasan group that nobody in Syria has ever heard of, yet the U.S. keeps bombing? And Ebola? Whatever. I'll take science over media hype and politicians who are trying to exploit fear for votes any day. So our question from hell for you, our listening audience, is, what really scares the hell out of you? Again, you can leave your replies at the This Is Hell Facebook page. So like us on Facebook, or you can email them to me at chuck@thisishell.com. Again, what really scares the hell out of you? Here's some of our responses. Rich says, ocean levels rising. Miami will flood. The people now there will leave. They will head north. The snowbirds will flock north. Like some slow-moving, leathery, tanned sparrow, they will return to their summer homes. We'll be up to our elbows in elderly. A carbon tax would have been easier. Mike says, what really scares the hell out of him? An Air Supply reunion tour. That does scare the hell out of me, but I got bad news for you, Mike. That's already happened, and I've seen it recently on TV. Also, America is back together, and Kansas. Bad news all the way around. Peter says, Fear itself. And I don't mean John Cale's album Fear, which is muy vato. That is his man. Pete says, didn't FDR answer this already? And apparently he did, because that's what Peter's remark is, fear itself. Wally continues that conversation by saying, yep, FDR answered everything. We've just been living in crappy sequels since Truman dropped the big one. And Robert says, what really scares the hell out of him? As horrifically frightening as ISIS is, it is but one link in the chain of human history forged from our callousness by our greed, just the latest link inspired by the previous link. What exceeds its terror is the thought that it will cast a following link that will in turn cast another, so that our future is an unending, interlocking series of misery. So this week's question from hell for you, our listening audience, again, is what really scares the hell out of you? The best answer posted at our Facebook page, so like us on Facebook, or email to us at chuck@thisishell.com, gets a free copy of Naomi Klein's new book, This Changes Everything, Capitalism versus Climate Change. I know we have David on. Oh, well, I'm supposed to do this first. I'm very, very, very scared. Muslims are patrolling Western city streets and enforcing Sharia law, or so 60 Minutes would have you believe. And when I found that out, I had to get in touch with our correspondent in London, David Scallender. There you go. Now you can play the intro music. Sorry about that. Love this intro. Absolutely love this intro. Always reminds me of Nas, even though it's not Nas. Our correspondent in London, David Scallender, dreams of an agile and compelling ideology of the left, but that's a quiet beat. So he usually reports on the nimble American right, the lumbering institutional left, and the confused frustration of everybody else on both sides of the Atlantic. David Scallender is here to deliver a view from the agile left. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Chuck. How are you?
I am doing grand, or I was until Sunday evening when I pooped my pants by watching 60 Minutes, thinking that, and you've hung out with me at Carrie's Lounge on Devon Avenue, very Desi neighborhood, very South Asian, lots of Muslims in the neighborhood. I started thinking that I might have to, arm myself, board up the windows at my new office above Carrie's Lounge, because Sharia law would certainly be coming to Devon Avenue at any minute, with vigilantes telling my girlie that her skirt is too short. How worried should I be, David?
You know what your problem is, Chuck, is that you pay attention to the news. This is your problem. You play right into their hands. I looked at that thing, and so I have to admit I wasn't reading the papers compulsively last week, and so I was a little surprised that came up on 60 Minutes. I looked it up, and I think the thing about how there's like Sharia patrols going around East London telling gay people that they're stupid and stuff like that, in probably harsher words, but it looked like that actually is about a year or maybe even two old. Apparently that was initially reported in 2013, and some of them were actually arrested and convicted on, charges of being nasty to people for no good reason in sort of December. So I suspect that 60 Minutes had gotten an interview with that guy Chowdhury, who I think I mentioned on the show actually, because he, the last time I heard about him in the press was when that crazy murder on the streets happened with the two people named Michael Adebola something from of Nigerian background, and they had some sort of link to this guy Chowdhury, and I think the press sort of likes this guy Chowdhury a little bit because he is clearly bat crap crazy, let's say, and he seems quite well spoken and willing to talk to the press. So I have a feeling that if I wanted to find a guy who would say outrageous religious fundamentalist things, and I was a journalist, I would go, let's call up that Chowdhury guy. He's always going to say something good and crazy. And so I looked like 60 Minutes got an interview with that guy, and possibly dug up some slightly older footage of these Sharia things, and I think something that is certainly happening here, and I assume there probably even more, actually, from what I've heard about the election, the stuff people were saying, it sounds like it's happening even more, is, ISIS is this great story, and the press would sort of love it if it actually mattered in some direct way to their audience. So they're doing everything they can to find some local connection. If somebody at the guy who runs the shop around the corner or something said, well, they're not so bad, then it's like a national story, and they're like, oh my God, man says that he admires ISIS and they're an inspiration. And so I don't know. I mean, of course, there's plenty of good reasons to be really scared of everything all the time. I'm not sure if this is like particularly worse than the usual things that you talk about every week, but it's probably not good.
Is this a business model I should pursue? Because look, this Arjun Chowdhury, he's getting on Fox News. He gets on 60 Minutes. All he has to do is play the role of the person who supports ISIS. I mean, if I can make a living at that, if I can make the money that he seems to be making, he seems to be very well off. He's getting on all these media outlets. People are, 60 Minutes is spreading his word. Fox News is spreading his word. Should I possibly maybe go to an ISIS supporting position so I can get more airtime and maybe some more money?
Might be a good strategy in the very short term. I would question the long term. I question the legs of that strategy. And I don't know if fame, as you well know, being a famous person, Chuck, fame does not always necessarily translate to wealth. So or to success or power or all of our dreams coming true. So I don't know. He may, obviously he's having his moment in the glorious sunshine, but I don't know. There might be better ways to live your life and conduct your career, maybe.
This is supposedly going on in East London. One of the things I thought about when I was watching this news story is how the Olympics, when it came to London, they did a massive redevelopment of, I believe, the area along the river. I'm not too really sure where it was, but they did a massive development where the Olympics were taking place. And my understanding is often with Olympics, and I believe this happened in London as well, is often with Olympics, it gives you an opportunity to redevelop an area and move out all of the people you don't want, the homeless people, the poorer people, the people who don't make the place look really nice for mall shopping during the Olympics. Then they're pushed out to other areas, and when you push people out from one area into another area, that can cause a confrontation. Here in Chicago, it often leads from one gang being in a battle against another gang. Is this, because this happened in East London, what's East London like, and does this have anything to do with people being forced to move from one area into another area, and all of a sudden there's confrontations between what used to be an isolated Muslim population but isn't now? I just don't know what London is like, so you got to tell me.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things in that question. So I think overall the answer is probably not, would be my guess. So first of all, I used to live actually quite close to where that 60 Minutes report was reporting from, right near Whitechapel. And actually the Olympics, so one thing is the Olympics, yes, took place in East London. It's a little further east where the Olympics took place. Whitechapel is really actually very close to town. So I used to live in a place called Wapping, which is just south of Whitechapel. And I could walk to Whitechapel, and I could easily, I could walk into the city, which is the main financial district also. So that's the kind of the closeness of that geography. Where the Olympics took place was out in like Stratford and that sort of neck, which is, sort of a 20-minute tube journey or a half-hour tube journey from those places. So that's one thing. It's interesting that you bring that up because obviously that was a concern of a lot of people here. When the Olympics came here, a lot of smart people were going, gee, dunno, Olympics doesn't usually tend to be a good idea. And there was certainly concern about those kinds of things, of whether this was just going to kick people off their lands the way that, the U.S. used to do to American Indians and kind of, set up their own town there. There hasn't been a huge amount of reporting of that since the Olympics. I think the reason, so there's probably many reasons for that, but I suspect one of the reasons may be because it probably is a little too soon to tell. They're really, I think, just finishing up the process of sort of converting Olympic venues into other venues. The stadium, I think maybe one of the Premiership teams has now moved into it. I think West Ham has moved. You probably know more about Premiership football than I do, first of all. So you may be able to tell me what's happening with the Olympic Stadium. But that's the kind of stuff that's going on. I think they're still sort of converting the space from its temporary purpose into its main purpose. Another interesting part of the question is, so I don't think the Olympic development itself is leading to particular gentrification in that area or particular sort of demographic shifts. However, that is certainly something that is happening a lot in London, and it is very interesting to see. It's happening a lot in places where I've lived and actually continue to live, and I think that is partly, maybe makes me go like, gee, maybe the problem is me. And I say that sort of in jest, but, frankly, I have lived most of the time that I've spent in London, which is since 2002 with a couple breaks in between. But most of that time I've lived in South London and in or around a place amusingly called Tooting in South London. And Tooting is an area that used to be quite cheap, basically, which is why I lived there, because when I was sort of fresh out of university and starting my career, I wasn't earning a lot of money, and it was a good place to live, and it was a place with a lot of, a very big South Asian community. I believe some of the community is South Indian and possibly Sri Lankan more than the Pakistani and Bangladeshi communities that are very common, but don't quote me on that. I think it may be a mix. And so that was what Tooting was like. It was sort of a mix of that community and some students and some traveling Australians and that kind of thing, which is also had me in it. Basically travelers who were from sort of Western countries but were poor at the time. And increasingly a little after I first lived there, the Polish community, which has really sort of exploded here in the last 10 years, which, by the way, has really improved the quality of sausages and like pickles and certain breads and stuff. And mustard is like way better now that the Poles have invaded. But that was what Tooting was like. It was that sort of community. And just recently, it's been starting to gentrify, and people are starting to open up sort of not exactly upscale pubs, but very trendy. Basically, the hipsters are invading, and the sort of high-end designer hamburger chains are moving in, and property is starting to become really sought after, and property values are going way up. And of course, it's always really complicated when that happens. This is also happening in Brixton, by the way, which is not too far away from where I am. But Brixton has long been basically an Afro-Caribbean community with all of the good and bad things that can mean. It's been very poor. It's always been a very interesting place to go, but it's been very poor. There have been a few rounds of riots there in the past. And now it's starting to become very hip, and there's starting to become markets there that are really hip, and all these sort of hipster, young people who maybe can't afford to buy really good houses or live in really nice places, but want their food and drink to be really nice, are moving in. And the local communities are saying, well, it's nice that we have more money coming in and, things are a little safer here, but also the rents are going way up. And this is also compounded by the general sort of housing situation in London and in Britain. And actually, it's getting to the stage where there's actually a housing crisis here that is starting to be spoken about in those terms. And this has happened in Britain before. Part of the reason for that is Britain is obviously fairly small. Another part, and I just learned this actually from a public lecture at the LSE with a geographer who said that something I didn't know, which is in 1954, Britain made a very strict law forbidding the expansion of its cities, basically, almost exclusively, right? So that the idea is to preserve the green belt, the meadowland and the farmland of Britain, which of course is a very nice thing. And they basically said, okay, nobody can expand London or Liverpool or any of the cities beyond the 1954 boundaries. And when that's combined with local regulations that like to preserve things like sightlines to St. Paul's Cathedral, it means that you can't build up, and so you can't build out. And then in the south, especially, most of London is built on mud, which means you can't build down. And that means that when the population of London increases, as it has been since 1954, nobody has anywhere to go. And so housing prices just go up and up and up to the state where they're not affordable. You then get, certain bands of demographics whose income increases, and then you get these problems where you get neighborhoods that gentrify like that, and often the people who lived there before have nowhere to go. Having said that, so that's another dynamic of that situation. But then, having said that, I think in this particular case, again, I don't think, to my knowledge, that Whitechapel is really one of those neighborhoods. Shoreditch, which is nearby, is, or at least has been. Shoreditch has sort of already gone through a gentrification process in the 90s. It was one of the first places to do that. And that is also within walking distance of Whitechapel and the Whitechapel Mosque, where I think some of this footage was shot. But Whitechapel is still a very heavily South Asian neighborhood. It is home to a lot of, I think, probably the highest concentration of Britain's Bangladeshi community, as well as various other South Asians from various other parts of India and Bangladesh and Pakistan. It's kind of in between the places that are gentrifying, because some places farther east in the Docklands, near where the Olympics are built, sometimes that's riverfront property, so people can buy that up in bits and pieces. And then a little farther west in the city, of course, is this sort of neoliberal paradise of global capitalism. But Whitechapel is kind of in between, and I think it is still I think it's changed less than other parts of London. And also, there have been previous changes in that area because it used to be, of course, a white working class area. And actually, in the latter part of the 20th century, it had huge waves of immigration, and actually that was sort of the breeding ground of people like the British National Party, who I've talked about on the show before, who are basically neo-fascist groups. And a lot of that grew up actually around the tension in the white working class neighborhoods, who have been very much, there's kind of a white flight from London in the last from East London in, I think, the last quarter of the 20th century, when a lot of the industries that white working class people were involved in collapsed, or their unions were broken up by Thatcher, and a lot of that community, the Cockney community, basically, ended up moving east of London to the sort of, not even suburbs. I mean, it's almost like other towns in Essex, and a lot of Bangladeshi immigrants moved in, and there was a lot of tension there. And in the 90s, especially some of the working class white people that were left responded by beating up Bangladeshi people, and some of at least one wave of sort of anti-immigrant and neo-fascist politics in Britain has come from that. There are others, of course, like the party that's getting a lot of headlines now, the UK Independence Party, which people sometimes try to link to people like the BNP, but I don't think that's quite right. I think they're sort of slightly more, I hesitate to say respectable, but they come from a Eurosceptic point of view, and all, it's more sort of policy oriented.
So
that's kind of the landscape in East London, and I don't think any of those things in particular lead to the kinds of things that were on that 60 Minutes report. But that is certainly, it doesn't surprise me that there are sort of small groups of radical Islamists in that setting, and occasionally they do crazy things that are great for journalists to report on.
Right, and one of the things, as you were pointing out at the beginning of of our conversation this morning, Clarissa Ward, the reporter who did the bit for 60 Minutes, she didn't point out that these videos of people being harassed on the street were 2 years old, that these people had actually been arrested. And another part of the story that one of our producers, Dan Cox, was saying before the show is that he not only has seen those videos online, but he's also seen videos online of, as you're pointing out, skinheads beating up South Asians. If you were in that neighborhood, do either of those two things frighten you walking down the street? Does that frighten you that there are people who are supposedly Sharia vigilantes who are enforcing religious law, or are you more afraid of potential neo-Nazis coming up to you and harassing you, or are both of those no longer a fear that you have whatsoever in that area?
Quite honestly, I think I would very rarely be worried about either of those things if I was walking around East London. I mean, I think in a way, again, these are good stories for the press to report because they're very dramatic and they sort of tie into huge global patterns. But, you have to remember that none of this stuff holds any type of a candle to sort of ordinary run-of-the-mill gang violence in a city like Chicago or New York or L.A., which usually isn't even reported, right? Or unless somebody does an amazing book like that, the fugitive. What's it called? The Fugitive Life in
Philadelphia,
the
right?
Inner City, Philadelphia. Yeah, exactly. It takes that kind of reporting to bring it to the public's attention in America because it's so common. But quite honestly, I mean, I don't think the sort of physical danger faced by people here ever gets to that level. I mean, you have to remember the thing that a couple of years ago there was a huge scare all over the press here about knife crime. And it was that knife crime had gone way up. And even when you looked into it, it hadn't gone way up, actually. It was like there were 2 murders from knives that year, and they were of young people. So it got a huge amount of attention. I'm probably, that statistic is made up. Don't take my word for it. It's probably wrong. But it was not a huge increase. And these are knife things that we're talking about. There's hardly any gun crime here. There's very little very serious violence. I mean, obviously, these are worrying things, when you have white people and dark-skinned people beating each other up because they have white skin or dark skin or for religious reasons or whatever. That's worrying, but as far as physical danger is concerned, there are very few parts of London, especially in the east, actually, that I would be worried about. There are other areas that I might be a little more worried about. But another thing you got to remember is a lot of these Muslim communities are very traditional communities, and actually they're very safe. I remember in Tooting, the night that the London riots happened, Tooting was a very safe place to be because you had, so many locally owned shops, so many shops that are owned by a lot of the South Asian community there, and it's a very strong community, and these guys were very much prepared to sort of find solutions on the night to, defend each other's shops or whatever it is. There were stories about that in East London, actually. I think of Turkish communities who were, had cricket bats at the ready in case the rioters struck. So in a way, sometimes those communities can actually be safer than others where there isn't that kind of those tight-knit traditional bonds.
After Clarissa Ward scared the crap out of me on 60 Minutes, then towards the end of her report, actually, I think it's the second, maybe a minute left, she says that after she's telling you that people are being threatened on the streets of East London, after women are being threatened to go cover up and wear a burqa, all the people are being told not to drink on the street because they're in a Muslim neighborhood. After all these really scary confrontations happen, then with maybe a minute left, she says, most mainstream Muslims and Islamic clerics and imams in England have completely condemned ISIS. After talking about how it sounded like 100% of Muslims in England were all for ISIS, she has this throwaway line towards the end. And she shows this demonstration of Chowdhury supporters. This is the guy, Arjun Chowdhury, who is he's the person who's on Fox News. He's the person who is on the 60 Minutes segment to be the token, horrible Muslim that you want to hate, the kind of guy who loves ISIS. Clarissa Ward shows this demonstration with Chowdhury supporters, but the crowd is obscured by police. And then
it's like 19 people.
Right. Then tight shots make it look like the crowd is huge. But when they pull back, the camera, it's a really, really small crowd. So how popular is Muslim extremism in London? And is England more tolerant of Muslim extremism than the United States?
So I don't know about being tolerant of Muslim extremism. I mean, I guess I would say no. And the answer to the other question is it's extremely rare, really. Again, I don't think it's something I've ever seen evidence of not in the press, right? So, I have a lot of Muslim friends. I see Muslims on the street every day, I'm sure. A lot of shops are owned by people who are active in the Muslim community. Tooting is a place where, for instance, there's a prominent mosque on the main streets and there are Muslim bookshops and things like that. And none of it, is remotely in any way scary. Interestingly, actually, some groups around where I live a while ago, a year ago or something, were sort of handing out pamphlets the way that, Jehovah's Witnesses hand out pamphlets or something. And it was saying, consider Islam the religion of respect, the religion of love, the religion of peace, Again, I'm probably misquoting that, but that was the kind of message. There are a lot of people who come from Muslim. I mean, one of my better friends comes from a Muslim family, and every time one of these stories goes out, he goes, "Oh my God, I'm going to Las Vegas next week. Do you know how long I'm going to have to be in the airport because of this stupid story in the Daily Mail about these 6 guys in East London who want to bomb things or something? Like, this is going to be such a headache." That's mainstream Muslim Britain. It's really the extremism, I think, just as it is in the States, is something for. I'm sure it exists. I think it's very small. I think it is correct that there's those protests of extremist guys is probably 19 or 20 people that they use close shots of, and it's something that it seems very scary in the press, but it is definitely the case that the vast majority of Muslims here are simply not like that.
One last question for you, David. One of the things that I noticed in the piece is they were talking about their social media presence of Muslim extremists within militant Muslims within London. But while there is a lot of, there might be Muslim extremist groups online, one of the things that I do know is there's a group here in the United States called Stormfront, and Stormfront is one of the top 1% forums in the United States, or online forums in the United States. It is a neo-Nazi forum. 540,000 people are supposedly regular subscribers to it. We also had when Obama was elected in 2008, so many people went to the Stormfront neo-Nazi forum that it crashed. David, what should I fear more, ISIS roaming Devon Avenue enforcing Sharia law, or the neo-Nazi Stormfront carrying out some attack in the name of racial purity?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you take your pick. But this is the internet, right? And if having free information travel around the globe, I think is a terrific thing. But if you have a lot of other problems in your society, then frankly that information exchange is going to bring some of them to the forefront, right? And if you have people who are angry for reasons which may be good in some cases and may be bad in other cases, and they have these kind of communities and this kind of information that can sort of give them a release to their anger, whether that's to become a white racist or an extremist, a religious extremist of any stripe or whatever. I think that's why you get these lone wolf crazy people who shoot up schools, or who the Norwegian guy who the Scandinavian guy who went and shot up the camp of the political party,
right.
And the Muslim extremists who knife somebody to death on the street after running them over with a car. I mean, these are the kinds of things that happen when you have a lot of angry people, you have a lot of problems in the world that we're not doing too good of a job of solving, and they're all talking to each other. And the internet and that sort of social media exchange help people come up with some amazing solutions that they never would have been able to before, and help people do some amazing work. But it also allows people to sort of talk to other angry people and just get angrier and angrier. So, I don't think it's a matter of one organization or another organization. It's a matter of, if all these people are out there being angry and coming up with really good ways to be angry, you're going to get some problems, and some of those people are going to explode, and they're going to do crazy things. And, until we figure out a way to try to make people a little less angry, hopefully by fixing some of the problems in the world that they're angry about, these things are going to keep happening.
That is the view from the Agile Left. David Scallender, live from London. Thank you very much, David. I am no longer afraid to walk down Devon Avenue in a short skirt.
Lucky you, Chuck.
Hey, by the way, one thing I wanted to mention.
Devon Avenue may be afraid of that, but as long as you're not,
One thing I wanted to mention to you, during that piece, Clarissa Ward said of the act of recruiting Westerners to ISIS via social media, she said, bedroom jihad, that's what they're calling it. That term applies to targeting of women as recruits, not anyone via social media, and it's a term not many people use, so I don't know who Clarissa Ward was referring to when she said they call it bedroom jihad. In fact, when you search the term on Google, you mostly get links to a German noise band, Werker, and their song Bedroom Jihad. So, and the other thing that I loved about the story was she said, in London today, 5 people are being recruited every month into ISIS. Yep, that's only going to take 33 years to get 1,000 people into that group. It was pretty stunning. Pretty stunning.
And I have to say, Bedroom Jihad sounds to me like one of those porn parody films. I don't know. Well, I'm not going to say the names of the other ones on the air, but that's what it sounds like. But any excuse to insert something sexy sounding into a story.
Let me tell you, tomorrow, I am planning tomorrow on committing my own bedroom jihad.
Bedroom jihad. All right. Well, yeah. Just make sure that it doesn't involve you walking in a short skirt down Devon Avenue.
All right, David. Until next time.
Talk to you later, Chuck.
See you. This is Hell every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. We're going till 1 p.m. today, live for our This Is Hell. Coming up the show, we'll be speaking with Greg Palast. He's going to tell us how the vote was stolen this time. This morning's question from Hell is, what really scares the hell out of you? And I am betting it's not Muslim vigilantes enforcing Sharia law on the streets of London or anywhere in a Western city. So this morning's question from Hell, the best reply gets a free copy of Naomi Klein's new book, This Changes Everything, Capitalism versus Climate Change. You can leave your reply at our Facebook page, like us on Facebook, or you can email it to me at chuck@thisishell.com. Anything else I wanted to mention? Oh, yeah. There are a couple of media outlets we support that are looking for your support. ConsortiumNews.com, Bob Perry's group, and Counterpunch are both in the middle of fundraisers. They are both organizations, media outlets that have been very supportive of our show. Alex Coburn was a regular guest on our show. I think he appeared 7 or 8 times, the great Alex Coburn, who told me that my hate was pure and funny, and that might be the best quote I have ever received about the show. So please show your support for Counterpunch. Go to counterpunch.org, read some stuff, read some material, maybe buy a book, or just donate to counterpunch.org. They really need your support. Also, Consortium News. Consortium News has been supporting our show again for, I think, 15 years, 16 years, since the very beginning. Bob Perry hooked me up with Gary Webb, who is the star of Kill the Messenger, the story about the reporter, San Jose Mercury News reporter, who tried to reveal to the American public that the CIA was involved in a cocaine selling scheme in order to get the Contras money, something that has been backed up by a lot of evidence since then. Bob Perry was one of the people who actually introduced me to Gary Webb, and I was able to have him on the show. So show your support for Consortium News and Counterpunch this week. Again, consortiumnews.com and Counterpunch.org. Speaking of alternative media outlets, throughout this morning's show, we will be highlighting alternative media and the reporting, which is something we generally do not do. Usually find news in the mainstream press that contradicts the ongoing media narrative or simply proves that the way the media is covering a story is simply wrong. So I thought we'd take some time today to highlight some really good stuff happening in alternative media over the last couple of weeks. So stay tuned in for that. Let's see, anything else I wanted to mention here? Listener email, I got that. Yeah, let me read some listener email, and then next time around we'll get to... Oh, no, you know what? Because we have Greg coming up. Let me read this story. This is out of... wow, where is this? Oh, this is from the Brennan Center. It's an organization that we have of law and justice. It's an organization that we have focused on the show, and they do have a blog there, and it is an alternative media outlet for you to get information on what's happening, especially when it comes to voter registration and any type of vote reform. There was an article this week at the Brennan Center site. How much of a difference did new voting restrictions make in yesterday's close races? The Republican electoral sweep in yesterday's elections has put an end to speculation over whether new laws making it harder to vote in 21 states would help determine control of the Senate this year. But while we can breathe a sigh of relief that the electoral outcomes won't be mired in litigation, a quick look at the numbers shows that in several key races, the margin of victory came very close to the likely margin of disenfranchisement. And that's why we're going to be talking to Greg Palast on this morning's show, because yet again, he has broken more and more news that... yes, the vote was, or at least some votes, were stolen. In North Carolina, for instance, in the Senate race, State House Speaker Tom Tills beat Senator Kay Hagan by a margin of 1.7%, or about 48,000 votes. At the same time, North Carolina's voters were, for the first time, voting under one of the harshest new election laws in the country, a law that Tills helped craft. Let's see, in Kansas, in the Kansas governor's race, Governor Sam Brownback, he beat his challenger Paul Davis by a margin of 2.8%, or less than 33,000 votes. So it looks like the reforms there may have actually tipped the scales in that vote as well. Yes, the vote was stolen again. Of course it was. It always is. To tell us how it was stolen this time, investigative reporter, author, and This Is Hell irregular correspondent Greg Palast. Good morning, Greg.
Glad to be with you, Chucky.
Not really. I'm very upset to be with you because you're still making a fortune off of writing these voting stories. How has this been going on for 15 years and nobody's doing anything?
Well,
And by the way, you're not making a fortune at these.
well, I mean, I keep worrying that if we had honest elections, I'd have to get honest work. And then what would I do? I have to go with the radio or something, right?
Don't do that. Don't do that. There's no money in it.
Right, that's what I mean. Okay, so so I've been working for Al Jazeera for 6 months on an investigation, terrorist TV.
Yeah.
And
before you get to your Al Jazeera thing, real quick, I want to ask you about what happened here in Illinois. We had this craziness. Listeners were up in arms this week, sending me links to stories with headlines like "Malicious robocalls leave Chicago short of thousands of election judges." As the local CBS affiliate reported it, city election officials had to send out scores of standby election judges on Tuesday after a shortage of workers at polling places throughout Chicago. Election officials called the severe shortages of judges much worse than ever before. Jim Allen said at least 2,000 election judges did not show up, and the total could be even higher, perhaps 3,000. And now it looks like they have traced this call to a building that was rented by the Republican Party, though when they went there, the building was empty. Attorney General, or Cook County State's Attorney, I should say, Anita Alvarez, says that she is going to be investigating this and pressing charges. How often are people actually sent to jail for this kind of election fraud?
They aren't. I mean, it basically doesn't happen, and that's the point. I mean, vote suppression is a good business. It's a good racket because remember that the point of stealing an election is that when you steal the election, you also steal the election police force. So the election cops. So you own the election cops.
It is really, really scary. Here's what happened to me, Greg. I went to go vote. They are completely confused because an Arabic-speaking woman in front of me wants a provisional ballot. They don't know what to do. They're totally confused, and I'm just standing behind her. They start having her fill out paperwork. They have a translator working with her, and I'm just standing there, and there's nobody behind me in line, and all these election judges are just staring at me, and while this woman's filling out her paperwork, and all of a sudden I just said, you know what, can I just continue the voting process here? Do I really have to wait for her to fill out the paperwork? And they were like, oh, no, we can get you through. They get my name. They put the sticker on the piece of paper. I sign it. I hand it to them. I'm standing there waiting for my ballot. I wait 5 minutes before I explode into numerous F-bombs, at which point they give me a ballot that was supposed to be for that woman. It's in English and Arabic. I start filling it out, and then they start yelling, Where's the Arabic ballot? Where's the Arabic ballot? And I said nothing. So I think that this really is indicative of this. Have you ever heard? They said this is brand new. Nobody's ever done this kind of thing before. Have you ever heard of this robocall trick before?
No. I'll write it down. I'm sure I could sell it.
It's a great one.
Right. Well, here's the thing: is that in fact, actually, I'm interested in this provisional ballot. Do many people listening even know what a provisional ballot is? If you're not Arab or African American or some minority, you probably have never seen a provisional ballot or have any idea what it is.
That's definitely true. Tell people what they are, because this is the other thing that happened. Nobody asked for my ID because I have white entitlement.
Yeah, and so you were wearing your ID.
Mm-hmm.
So provisional ballots are kind of a placebo ballot. After the 2000 election, when Bush stole that one, I did a story about how tens of thousands of black folk were purged from the voter rolls of Florida. They weren't allowed to vote because they were called felons, and of course they were guilty of voting while black, but not one was an illegal voter. So unfortunately, that led to to election reform. And look out, they wrote some Bush and Rove, and first it started out with the Congressional Black Caucus demanding that people be allowed to vote if they can't find their name on the voter registries, so that they would then have a chance to, if they're wrongly removed from the registries, their vote would count. Sounds good. Then they wrote the Help America Vote Act. You know, when Karl Rove tells you he's going to help you vote, you better be a bit concerned. And yes, indeed, they, at the request of the Congressional Black Caucus, they created something called the provisional ballot. If you're not found on the registries. You can ask for one of these things so you can still vote. While they won the right to get a provisional ballot for people wrongly removed from the registries, they never got the right to have that ballot counted. So it's a kind of placebo ballot. It makes you feel better, and then you don't scream at the elections officials because they've given you a ballot, a pretend ballot called a provisional ballot, which is basically never counted if it counts. What I mean is provisional ballots get counted in elections where they don't mean anything. But if they mean something, they don't get counted. If you're not on the voter rolls, you're not on the voter rolls, period. And if you're wrongly removed because you're called a felon or anything else, then you are. That's just too bad.
Do we have any idea of the rate of provisional ballots? Because here,
yes,
because
about 2.5 million provisional ballots in a presidential election, and so those are pretend ballots. And here's the thing: I was in Palm Springs giving a book talk at a book fair, and there were about 200 people in the audience, and I said, how many people here have ever received a provisional ballot? So this is Palm Springs.
Right.
And so there are 2 African Americans in the audience. 2 hands were raised saying that they got provisional ballots. You know the punchline, right? The only 2 black guys in the audience were the only 2 people who got provisional ballots when they voted. And that's how it is. It is basically a pretend ballot for minorities. And that's how it is, because every time that there's a purge, it's generally minority voters who are victims of voter roll purges. They show up, their names are not on the rolls, and in the old days, you used to scream and holler and raise a ruckus and get a poll judge and demand that this be straightened out. Now they just they shut you up with the provisional ballot.
You write election officials.
Lesson 1.
You write that election officials in 27 states, most of them Republicans, have launched a program that threatens a massive purge for voters from the rolls. Millions, especially Black, Hispanic, and Asian American voters, are at risk. Already, tens of thousands have been removed in at least one battleground state, and the numbers are expected to climb, according to a 6-month-long nationwide investigation by Al Jazeera America. You can find this investigation by going to gregpalast.com. Check out his articles there, his books there, his videos, buy his books and videos, and then there are direct links to the Al Jazeera package, which has video that Greg is in. How much of all of this can be blamed on the Supreme Court and their decision when it comes to allowing the state of Texas to enforce their voter ID laws? Is this simply because the rules have changed that keep people from voting, and this is all legal? This is all by the new rules?
You can blame the court for hot, big, stinking lumps of it, because first of all, I should say what the scam is. It's called interstate cross-check, and the idea is to catch all those people who vote in 2 states in the same election. People voting twice, duplicate voters. Now, if the problem with this is that there are no duplicate voters. We catch about out of 1/3 of a billion people in the United States, and who cast a couple billion votes a year in multiple elections. We generally find one person every 2 years who votes in 2 states, because there's been no case I know of where someone found guilty didn't go to jail, usually for 5 years is the federal law, then you get state laws on top of it and state imprisonment in addition. So not many people are willing to go to the hoosegow for 5 years just to cast an extra vote. They don't. And so it's a crime that doesn't exist, but we're on the hunt for these phantom criminals. And interstate cross-check, something created by the Kansas Secretary of State, Chris Kobach, the kind of Catherine Harris of 2014, has identified not 3 people in the last who have been voted double, which would be a tripling of the normal rate of double voting. Not 3 people, but 3.5 million people, he said, voted twice in the last election, the presidential election. Or as Dick Morris put it on Fox TV, and let's see if I can do Morris correctly. We now have the absolute evidence that 1 million people have voted twice in 2 states, and that's how Obama stole Ohio and stole the presidency through this fraud. 1 million people here is the absolute proof and the evidence. That's actually a quote from a former Clinton presidential counselor.
The only thing that's missing from that impersonation is somebody else's foot in your mouth.
We won't go there. Anyway, for those who know the Dick Morris story, his name is actually Larry. There's a reason why he's called Dick. But it's anyway. So he literally has tagged 3.5 million people by taking the voter rolls of these 27 states, almost all Republican, or when I say almost all, it includes Illinois, okay, which used to be not a Republican state. And it's fascinating how Illinois got into this. But in the state of Illinois has also been scrubbing its voter rolls in accordance, eliminating so-called double voters in Illinois. Now, here's the interesting thing. For Illinois having the kind of late-night comic reputation of vote stealing, of the dead stealing, dead voting, and the zombie vote and the alien voters and everything else, in fact, you don't have now in Illinois people voting in Illinois and in Alaska and in Alabama and in Georgia. But according to Crosscheck, you have literally hundreds of thousands of people in Illinois voting twice. Now the question is, if they voted twice, why not arrest them? I mean, if you rob a bank, they don't close your bank account. They send you to prison.
Right.
Here they're not arresting people, and why? And I can tell you why. Because I went down to South Carolina, which actually made an attempt to arrest the double voters. They got from the Crosscheck system a list of 190,000 people in North Carolina voting in North Carolina and another state. They hired a famous FBI agent, the G-man named Chuck Stuber. He's like today's Elliot Ness. He put a lot of big politicians in prison. Stuber, for 6 months, was going through the list of double voters full time. That's his only job. And you know how many double voters he busted?
How many?
None. And he has, don't forget, he has their names, their addresses, their signatures, their social security numbers, where they work, where they vote, phone number. And in North Carolina, you put your phone number and your email on your voter registration form. And he couldn't find, at 190,000, he couldn't find any. But when I went down there and confronted his office, I said, gee, how difficult is it to find people when you have their names and addresses and phone numbers and everything else? The answer is, and I said, maybe there aren't any double voters. Maybe it's a list of something else that's not double voters, like common names, just people with common names in different states. And sure enough, they just hadn't arrested anyone because no one had committed the crime. And their G-man was honest enough not to just bust people. So for 6 months. On the other hand, Mr. Tom Tillis, who pushed the state, pushed the law to require the state to remove double voters in accordance with the Crosscheck blacklist. He's now a senator. He's not the senator from North Carolina. The report is wrong.
Oh, okay.
He's the senator from Crosscheck. Okay, that's what elected Tom Tillis, and had a big effect on your gubernatorial race in Illinois. Absolutely. And so what is Crosscheck? Who is on that list? Well, they wouldn't give it to me. You know, when I busted Katherine Harris for illegally removing black folks, she turned over the computer disks to me because she didn't know what I was going to do with them, like look at them. And in that case, it was easy to figure out who she had removed because in Florida they put BLA next to every black registered voter's name. So it was just a whole list of BLAs. But in Crosscheck, they wouldn't give me the list at all because they said, we can't give you the list of the double voters that we've targeted because they've committed a felony crime if you're voting twice, and therefore this is a criminal investigation. We can't give you the Illinois list or the North Carolina list or any of these lists of double voters because they're under criminal investigation. But I finally was able to crack through. That's why it took 6 months and I got 2.1 million of the 7 million names on that list. Remember, they're saying 7 million voters are in fact 3 million voters voting twice. So in North Carolina, I found some of these double voters for them. Okay, and
I suppose you brought them to the police, right, to make sure that they would be arrested.
I asked if I could get a reward by turning them in. So, for example, there's in Virginia let's see, that's Virginia. I got the Virginia Georgia list here in front of me. I'm just opening them up. Remember, I have 2.1 million, so it takes a while to get through them. In Georgia, William Scott Lee voted in Georgia, and William Sr., and then William Scott Curtis Lee, the nothing, voted in Virginia. So we had a Bill Lee in Georgia, and they say he's the same person voting second time with a different middle name. Changed middle name just so we get away with it. William Curtis Lee. So now, believe it or not, I looked this up. There are actually more than one Bill Lee in the United States. And in fact, but the interesting thing about Bill Lee and David Lee and all the Lees, the tens of thousands of Mr. Lees that they have on this list, is that 64% of them are Asian American. And Asian Americans vote 73% Democratic. What this is a list. Okay, here's a tip. Here's more. James Lawrence Brown is supposed to be the same of Georgia, supposed to be the same voter as James Leonard Brown Sr. of Virginia. Now, it turns out, I looked it up, there actually is more than one James Brown in the United States, and not all of them have a licking stick. Okay. But they said, so James Lawrence Brown changed his name to James Leonard Brown to vote a second time. But what's happened is that they take every James Brown, and by the way, about 78% of Mr. Browns in the United States are African American. Are you getting a pattern here? Am I getting through to you, Mr. Beal? Robert Stephen Jackson, Robert Stephen Jackson is supposed to be the same person in Georgia who voted in Virginia again as Robert Herman Jackson III. Am I getting through to you? Kevin Thomas Hayes of Alexandria, Virginia, is supposed to be the same as Kevin Antonio Hayes of Durham, North Carolina. Now, I happened, since the FBI agents couldn't find these ne'er-do-wells, I actually went to meet Mr. Kevin Antonio Hayes in Durham, North Carolina. And he swears to me, and his mother backs him up, though, his mother backs him up, that that Kevin has never used the name Thomas. He's never been to Virginia. He didn't vote twice. And in fact, as she said angrily to him, he didn't vote once. Now, what makes this even more interesting is that when I got my hands on the computer lists of voting and not voting, I said that is correct. Their own records, the cross-check records, show that Mr. Hayes did not vote once. He's listed as inactive, a non-voter. He's a non-voter, right? And he did not vote at all. They knew it, and yet he is having his registration challenged because he supposedly voted twice, even though they have a record that he didn't vote once. But he is guilty. He is guilty of being registered while black.
Right, and you point out how, it's 14% of African Americans, 12.5% of Asian Americans and Hispanics, 9% of whites are on this list. When I went and looked at this, when I saw that, I was like, I wonder how many Charles W. Mertzes are in Illinois.
How many Charles Mertzes are there?
17. And guess what? I am betting that I'm never going to be on this cross-check thing, and here's my suggestion to every African-American, Hispanic, and Asian voter. Change your last name to something German or Irish, like let's say O'Hara, maybe that's a good one. Goldstein, that's a good one. Klingenhofer or Messerschmitt. Try my name, Mertz. I think that you slide under the radar once you have a name that isn't necessarily associated with a past slave owner.
So here's the deal. If you go to AlJazeera.com, or go to GregPalast.com and link over, go to the article Jim Crow Returns, or write into Google Al Jazeera Jim Crow, Al Jazeera Greg Palast. And in the middle of the article, there's a box for your first name and last name. And you can find out whether you have been tagged as a double voter in Georgia or Virginia. We put up 1 million of the names, not all 7 million. We had 2 million. We put up 1 million. Now, and see if you are there and a double voter. Now, what did they use? Now, how could they get away with this? The answer is that they sold it. They sold it to the public as we are matching double voters, and we're using Social Security numbers. We're using middle names and suffixes and address histories, and we're going to get our man, right? We're going to know who these double voters are. Well, in Georgia, in North Carolina, which was a squeaker of a race, when Tom Tillis, who was head of the legislature, and required the state to use this cross-check system. Okay. So did they have Social Security numbers? Yes, they do. But I'm looking at the instructions that says if there is a Social Security number and it doesn't match, you are still on the list. Yes, when they had Social Security numbers, which, by the way, is rare for them to have, they would ignore it. Yes, they use middle names, but as you saw, and let me tell you this, 1.5 million names on the list of 7 million. 1.5 million names have a mismatch of middle name. The names I gave you were not like weirdos that I picked out.
Right.
That's typical. About 26% of the list has a mismatch of middle name. Junior and senior never match. In fact, they call junior and senior, which used to be father and son, they said that's the same person voting twice. That's how they are running these records. Now, why would they do that? The answer is simple. If you go to the U.S. Census, every surname in America is recorded by the census and divided by racial. There's a racial profile for each surname, so they know. That's why I say if your last name is Lee, 64% chance you are Asian American, and that means you're 3/4 likely, or 3 out of 4 chance that you will vote Democratic. If you're African American, it's 9 out of 10 that you will vote Democratic. And if your name is Jackson, you're 55% likely to be African American. And that's how they work. In fact, there are 80,020 John Jacksons in the United States. And so what they were doing is they were just taking first and last name. That's it, absolutely nothing else, and creating these lists. They said 500,000 people in Georgia voted twice. According to the calculation of Crosscheck, 1 in 7 African Americans is voting twice. 1 in 7.
What amazes me, Greg, is these jet-setting African Americans who go from state to state voting on Election Day.
That's right.
It really kind of amazes me. You write the actual lists show that only, as you were saying, only middle names commonly mismatch and suffix discrepancies are ignored. Even birth dates don't seem to have been taken into account. Moreover, Crosscheck deliberately ignores Social Security mismatches in the few instances when the numbers are even collected. The Crosscheck instructions for county election officials state Social Security numbers are included for verification. The numbers might or might not match. If that's the case, then how many states have seen Crosscheck and then decided this is idiotic and scrapped it?
Well, in fact, a couple states have. Washington State, that's how I was able to break through, because remember, they wouldn't give me these lists saying, well, we can't give you a list of criminals who are under investigation. I mean, literally, 500,000 it was 250,000 people in North Carolina under investigation for voting twice, right? They couldn't bust one, but they're all under investigation, so they kept the list hidden. Washington State got its list, and somehow the Secretary of State's office there said, wait a minute, this is just a bunch of common names, Jack Brown, David Lee. And by the way, a lot of people named Chung and Nguyen, Ho, Park, Kim, because 17% of all Asian Americans share just 30 last names, okay? So they know. So someone in Washington said, wait, there's a list of common names. We could get that off a joke site. So they gave me the list because they said, these aren't criminals. Here's a list of common names. Go enjoy yourself. And that's when we began to crack through, because their list gave us a big hunk of the other lists.
Is this only happening in states where there's a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State? And did it get undone in Washington because the Democrats took control of the Secretary of State or governor's position?
No, I have to say that the Secretary of State in Washington, who is Republican, didn't want to go along. Not everyone is, That was actually a very good sign. But there was one state which people thought was very unusual because it was a strongly Democratic state named Illinois that adopted cross-check. And I checked the cross-check with some of your voting experts there, and sure enough, you've been purging people off the voter rolls of Illinois now for a couple of years through this cross-check system, and it is done in such a way that it is almost impossible for even local elections officials to detect, because they're throwing people into lists. If you supposedly voted double, and if you have voted double, you should go to prison. You shouldn't lose your vote. But thousands, we don't know how many thousands of people in Illinois have lost their vote because they're on the cross-check list. Undoubtedly, a lot of people named Brown and Lee, etc. And they are called inactive voters, put on a list of active, then this one federal election. So it's a little complicated, and it is so complicated that you don't even see it happening, and no one's keeping a record. No one in Illinois has kept a record of how many people from the cross-check list have been removed. But I can tell you this, over 100,000 people have been tagged in the state of Illinois as double voters.
I can thank Jesse White and the Jesse White Tumblers for that. The Chicago Tribune reported back in October, quote, state lawmakers enacted a series of one-time changes to make early voting easier for this election only, leading some critics to contend the move was made for political reasons tied to the hotly contested governor race between Democratic Governor Pat Quinn and Republican challenger Bruce Rauner. Among the charges, the 2-week early voting period, which traditionally ends the Saturday before the Tuesday election, will this year continue through Sunday, November 2nd at some voting locations. So are both sides playing games when it comes to voting? Although, granted, this maneuver made it easier for people to vote, not more difficult, and I think making it easier is a bit more American, if you will, than trying to stop people from voting. Are both sides playing games? Is it not just a Republican tactic?
Well, obviously in Chicago, it's not, and Illinois, it's not just a Republican tactic. The question is, why was cross-check instituted in an anomaly in a once Democratic state of Illinois? By the way, the number in Illinois is you have 211,023 double voters in Illinois, according to cross-check. How many lost their vote in this last election? They won't tell me. They're keeping that secret. And a lot of the reason why you have it in Illinois, keep in mind that in Chicago, as you well know, the battles are not between Republicans and Democrats in the city of Chicago. It's between Democrats and Democrats. And there are certain factions of the establishment Democratic Party which don't want too many black voters, which don't want too many Hispanic voters. And I remember in the 9 years I lived in Chicago in those battles with the machine, how many African-American voters does Rahm Emanuel want in Chicago? So it is not a battle of Republican versus Democrat. Vote theft is class war by other means. And if you change the rules to allow people to vote more, that's not vote theft. That's called democracy. The more people that you have voting, the more democratic your system. So it's when you blockade the right to vote that we have a problem. And in the case of, for example, North Carolina, the win by Tom Tillis was a combination of cross-check and suddenly removing early voting in North Carolina. I was at one polling station in North Carolina, which had been used as an early voting station, because Tillis had knocked out Sunday voting when most African Americans throughout America, the majority, vote before the official election day. They don't get the day off. Their jobs don't allow that type of opportunity. And in African American areas, that you generally have long lines for voting. It's a very different business. It's an all-day proposition. At the polling place I was at, they had 10,000 voters for a single polling station. Wow. 10,000 people lined up for half a mile to vote on Saturday, the last day of early voting. And thousands just obviously gave up and, saw the half-mile line, the several-hour wait just to vote, and didn't vote. So that's one of the things that elected Mr. Tillis, that brand new voter ID requirements for new voters, cross-check, etc. So in other words, we have a new Senate, which was created by something called cross-check, not created by the will of the voters. I'm not, and do Democrats do it? Yeah. I mean, I've seen vote suppression by Democrats. Again, that's why Illinois was in the cross-check operation. No question in my mind.
So,
and, yeah.
the first time you were on our show on December 7th, 2000, a day that will live in infamy, you were on to tell us about how 57,000 voters had been purged from Florida's records by Secretary of State Katherine Harris. What has the Democratic Party done since 2000 to make certain that that kind of thing doesn't happen again? Are they just completely failing at this, or are they just ignoring this problem?
Yes. Failing and ignoring. In fact, it's interesting that our actually, it's very interesting. I wrote an article with you know, for those listening, you know, if you read Greg Palast stuff, I wrote an article with Bobby Kennedy for Rolling Stone. We did an investigation of multiple voting suppression techniques. In the middle of that, we did actually, and my question was, well, what does Obama think of this stuff? So being a Kennedy, he got Obama on his BlackBerry, and your senator then from Illinois could recite in detail vote suppression techniques, especially aimed at Hispanics in the Southwest. He was very knowledgeable. What were they going to do about it? Nothing. Because it would remind voters that, believe it or not, Obama is actually black. And, you know, so it's seen, it is, and it is. It's, you know, it's minorities who are vulnerable, most, or generally the vulnerable crew. And, you know, again, if you go through just when I was doing the so-called, the purge of so-called felon voters, none of whom were, by the way, felons, none, not one. You know, this was not something where they were purging lists of members of country clubs. And I suspect that if they did, it would not have continued. And so that's the issue. In other words, there's still, you know, Holder, the outgoing Attorney General, did not even take on voting issues until the fourth year of his term, and even then it was on what are called pre-clearance matters before the Supreme Court threw out the big hunk of the Voting Rights Act. And there's only the stuff he could easily do, what he could do easily. And this is one of the big problems, is that it is still, again, it is not so much, the effect tends to be racial because minorities are most vulnerable, but it really is a class war issue. And Holder and Obama are, they're one-percenters.
Greg, one last question for you. We've been speaking with investigative reporter, author, and This Is Hell regular correspondent Greg Palast. Greg's most recent writing can always be found at gregpalast.com, but his latest was also at Al Jazeera. His most recent work is headlined Dispatch from Battleground, North Carolina. Look up your name on the cross-check voter purge list, and GOP-led purge. Threat to 3.5 million voters. Make sure you go to Greg's website, gregpalast.com. You gotta own The Best Democracy Money Can Buy, Armed Madhouse, and Vulture's Picnic. Those are 3 books that have to be on your bookshelf, as well as Billionaires and Ballot Bandits, How to Steal an Election in 9 Easy Steps, especially when you consider what happened this past Tuesday. You can also follow Greg on Twitter at Greg_Palast, and go check out his DVD, Vultures and Vote Rustlers. Greg, the one thing I got to ask you is, how do you, first of all, I don't even know if you vote, but how do you feel when you vote? Because I had every time I go to vote now, I have a creepier and creepier feeling, and then I go vote anyway. How do you feel when you go vote?
How do I feel? Well, actually, the last presidential election, my polling station was literally physically washed away. Well, I lost my vote was washed away, literally, in Hurricane Sandy. So I missed that thrill. But it's how do I feel? I do my best not to feel anything. I prepare in whatever chemistry is available to numb the feeling. That's important.
I have to admit that I did the exact same thing, and maybe that's why I lost it at the polling station this year. Greg, it's always great to hear your voice. You know I'm going to be bugging you in the real near future to get you back on. And everybody go check out gregpalast.com.
You got it. Thanks.
All right, take care. This is Hell. Every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. We're going until 1 p.m. This is from Demos this week. Voter suppression in 2014. Political scientist Michael P. McDonald recently released preliminary turnout rates at the state and national level. These data are preliminary and will be continuously updated, but still yield some insights. Firstly, we can look at the impact of felon disenfranchisement. Research finds that felon disenfranchisement laws have influenced the outcomes of both presidential and Senate elections. Secondly, we can compare states with voter ID laws to those without. Obviously, there are many other factors here. The states that tend to pass voter ID laws are a self-selected group. They tend to have more competitive elections and recent increases in turnout among low-income and African-American voters. Given that voter ID laws are generally passed in states with competitive races, we would expect to see higher turnout. Instead, we see the opposite. The Brennan Center has collected all of the studies on voter turnout here. Third, we can examine the impact of same-day registration. Research suggests that same-day registration reduces the class bias of the electorate. Previous Demos research finds that when same-day registration is available, hundreds of thousands of voters use it. Demos also finds that states with same-day registration consistently have higher levels of turnout than states without it. And this was true in the 2014 elections. Above all, turnout for the most recent election was dismal, 36.6%. That compares with 40.9% in 2010 and 40.4% in 2006. It's the lowest of the last 5 elections. That's why states should consider same-day registration, early voting, mail-in voting, felon reenfranchisement, and other laws that will get millions of voters to the polls next election. That's from Demos. So there you go. I can't take it anymore. It's just going to make me sadder and more sad to think about what the hell is going on with our electoral process here in the U.S. Don't forget this morning's question from hell for you, our listening audience, is what really scares the hell out of you? The best reply gets a free copy of Naomi Klein's new book, This Changes Everything, Capitalism versus Climate Change. You can reply to this question from hell at our Facebook page, just like us on Facebook, or you can send an email to me at chuck@thisishell.com. chuck@thisishell.com. We have some twist off knowledge, the libation of the week. We have to tell you who's going to be on next week's show, and we have a whole bunch more from alternative media that we'll be highlighting this morning. But I want to get to listeners' email right now. This is from Tom. Not sure if this fella is This Is Hell material, but he expresses intriguing concepts that I've heard addressed by past This Is Hell alumni. From another frame of reference. Tom provides a link which takes us to Killing the Consumer, a show where there's a gentleman by the name of Alexander who says consumer power has become an idea which from parenting to politics is damaging society. He argues that the age of the internet offers an alternative path, but that is one we as a society must choose proactively. So the show is called Killing the Consumer, and I think it was on BBC4, so look that up. Tom adds, in any case, still loving the programs lately, always eye-opening these days more than ever on This Is Hell. Wishing for continued success and increased reach for your stellar interviews with astonishing guests. Peace, Tom. And this is from John. Chuck, you might be interested in interviewing Harry Shearer over his TV series Nixon's the One, now on YouTube. He reenacts the actual dialogue from the Nixon tapes. Harry Shearer will be in Chicago near the holidays doing one of his annual sing-alongs. Maybe you could interview him. He seems pretty accessible, judging by the interviews he does. You can contact him through his website or on Twitter. And then he gives me a URL to episode 3 of Nixon's the One, which is really kind of entertaining. Notice that Nixon says what Nixon says about skin color and being a spy. And then he also offers me an article from the LA Times on the series. That's actually pretty good. You should check out Nixon's the One, and you should check out, what's the other show that Tom was talking about, Killing the Consumer. Check out those 2 shows that have been suggested by listeners as to have those hosts on our show as guests. Make sure you see that. All right. And we're going to have a couple of stories coming up from another alternative media outlet, Common Dreams, in just a few minutes. But right now, do we have our guest on the line? Excellent. Sorry, I got the wrong one. Grab the wrong set of notes. Allison Flowers and Sarah McAree are co-authors of the Truth Out investigative report, Amid Shootings, Chicago Police Department Upholds Culture of Impunity. So, what's the real story with police violence in Chicago? We're going to find out right now. Sarah McAree is a writer and data analyst in Chicago. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning.
And Allison Flowers is a freelance journalist covering social justice and human rights issues in Chicago. Good morning, Allison.
Good morning.
It's great to have you both on the show. Sarah is a writer and data analyst in Chicago, the editor of the digital companion to Police Violence Against Chicago's Youth of Color, a report prepared by the group We Charge Genocide. You can follow Sarah on Twitter at SERAMAK. And Allison, as I was saying, freelance journalist covering social justice and human rights issues in Chicago. She's the author of Exoneree Diaries, a multimedia series on Chicago's NPR affiliate, WBEZ. The series was a finalist for a National Online Journalism Award in 2014. You can follow her on Twitter at Flowers Allison. That's Flowers, then ALISON. Sarah, let's start with you. You start your piece with the story of a 35-year-old father of two named Ortiz Glaz, who was grilling in his South Chicago neighborhood back in April 2013, was shot twice by police. As you report, a group of Chicago police officers pulled up the party, some wearing plain clothes and arriving in unmarked cars. What happened next is where the stories differ. Before I continue with that story, did the police ever give a reason for rolling up on this barbecue?
That's a very good question. And unfortunately, there is absolutely no clear answer for it. Ortiz Glaz had no record. Police, under the course of the civil suit, weren't able to state a reason at all for why they were at the barbecue and were following Ortiz Glaz in particular.
Allison, as the story continues, police officers say Glaz was holding a cup appearing to contain alcohol, was ignoring orders, and was gesturing to his waistband where Officer Luis Garcia and his partner, Officer Jeffrey Jones, say they believe he'd stowed a gun. The other version of the story is one corroborated by witnesses that Jones fired into the crowd upon approach. That's the officer, causing everyone, including Glaz, to run away. From there, the following facts are not in dispute. Glaz, who had no criminal record, was unarmed. No gun was recovered. And while he was running away with his back to police, Jones and Garcia fired multiple shots at him, hitting him twice. Glaz lived to tell his story. So these are two conflicting stories, Allison. It always seems to be the biggest problem with any level of police misconduct, from the smallest violations to the worst, including those that end in the death of civilians. And supporting police, like supporting the troops, it seems to be the default position, especially of the media. What can be done to overcome this problem in determining guilt or innocence of police officers when it comes to violent encounters with civilians? Is it as easy an answer as putting GoPro cameras on all cops and cop cars?
Oh, wow. If it were only that easy. You know, even when you have pretty irrefutable video evidence, oftentimes even that is not enough, as we've seen in other cases. What's interesting about the Ortiz Glaz case, we open our story with, you mentioned this morning, and he was shot running away from police, is that they tried to charge him with a felony for that exchange. He was eventually hospitalized and restrained to his bed, and they treated him like a criminal, even though he was the victim in this situation and was shot by them. But what's interesting is that they ended up being able to put some misdemeanors on him, such as obstruction and resisting arrest, since he was running away. So that's what they went with, and they dragged it out. It actually went to a trial, and Mr. Glaz testified for himself, which I think is pretty rare. He testified for himself. He had 5 Chicago police officers testify against him because there were others there who were involved and witnessed it, not just the 2 officers who shot. And the judge acquitted him of those really frivolous misdemeanor charges. He took the word of one man over 5 Chicago police officers. So I think that really speaks to perhaps a rare instance where it is, you can speak truth to power in this instance, and that is what Mr. Glaze did. And this very much still haunts him, but he does feel validated by the fact that, the charges were thrown out because they were pretty ridiculous in this case.
God, I would have lawyered up like crazy. There's no way I'd be testifying for myself. Sarah, you and Allison write how after the shooting, a felony review unit at the Cook County State's Attorney Office did not charge Glaze, as Allison was just saying. The officers instead pursued charges of lesser misdemeanor offenses, including aggravated assault and resisting and obstructing police. At Glaze's bench trial almost a year later, it was the word of 5 police officers against Glaze. The judge quickly acquitted him of the charges. But then you two quote Glaze saying, "The judge saw right through the police. It lets you know that they were lying." So, Sarah, were charges of perjury ever pursued? And is there, how difficult is that? Because I would think that we have so many cases where police officers go to a court trial, they give one opinion, the defendant gives another opinion. If the defendant actually is found guilty, it would seem like the police officers have perjured themselves. Is there ever any charges of perjury, or are those just way too hard to prove?
Well, that's not something that we were able to measure within the scope of this report, but I'm really glad you mentioned it and flagged the role of the judge in particular, because it connects very seriously to the first question you asked in terms of, how can this be turned around? How can this be prevented? And what we have seen, it's a long and difficult struggle, and it is actually what the organization We Charge Genocide is en route to Geneva today to try to press on at the United Nations Convention Against Torture, is to launch a Department of Justice pattern and practice investigation into the Chicago Police Department. And I would love to walk you through what has happened with the Newark Police Department, and the reason why is because Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy came to Chicago, appointed by Rahm Emanuel in 2011. He came from the Newark Police Department. At that same time, the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division launched an investigation into the Newark Police Department around the pattern and practice of discrimination in terms of excessive force, false arrest, stop and frisk. 3 years later, that department was then brought under something that's called consent decree. That department was brought under federal monitoring. And so, when you mentioned the judge, when you mention how, well, what does that mean? In the legal system, we are, we're able to assess the situation and come down on the side of facts, ideally, and that's not always the case. But sometimes it is, and that should be the case, in the courts. So, the truth sort of comes out in the courts. It comes out by way of civil suits. It comes out by way of charges never even being pressed, charges being dropped. And so how do you tackle that discrepancy? And then in the meanwhile, there is all of this violence on behalf of the police unfolding. And so I just really want to put that on the table, because that is what people are working on right now, young people of color in particular, right now, this week. And also, it's sort of hard to wrap your head around it, but when I started looking at consent decrees and federal monitoring, that actually played a big role in the enormous drop in stop and frisk incidents in New York. The New York Police Department is actually under federal monitoring right now. There's a few other cities, Seattle, New Orleans, and it really takes a lot. What launched the Newark investigation was actually a deep dive, enormous ACLU analysis and report. In other cities, people have had to, struggle, have had to mount, a movement because the police union fights tooth and nail against any federal monitoring. So, in the instance of Ortiz Glaze, it's one of many where the court, is with the person who has clearly been subjected to excessive force, if you take account of all the facts. And yet things, there's a sort of perpetual cycle of this. And so it has been interrupted, and people are working on interrupting it, and it is about pressuring the Department of Justice to launch an investigation.
Sarah, let me just follow up on one thing that you said, because
Sure.
I think that people are, I know that they're going to react to the name We Charge Genocide. And there's
Sure.
a reason that you picked that name, or the organization picked that name, We Charge Genocide. So tell people what that historical context is.
Yeah, in 1951, there was an organization of black activists who compiled testimonies, and they compiled incidences of violence across the United States, and they brought that petition. That petition was named We Charge Genocide. They brought that petition, I mean, this is scores of incidences, and they brought that petition to the United Nations. And it's beautifully written. People can take a look at some excerpts of it at report.wechargegenocide.org, because the organization today points to it. And the reason why, the organization aims to stand in that name, unfortunately, is because such little has changed since the time of that report. That 1951 report opens with the words, I don't want to get it wrong, so I'll have to call this a paraphrase, but it reports with the words that, the preferred tool of lynching used to be the rope. Now it is the policeman's bullet. And so, yes, of course, it's something that people react against. It's something that people need to sit with. But if you look at Ferguson, if you look at Mike Brown, and let's not forget, since Mike Brown in Chicago, in St. Louis, it's not as if there was that one questionable shooting and then, and that was it. In St. Louis, in just, weeks and months after that incident, 2 other young black men were shot and killed under highly, highly questionable circumstances. And that's happened in Chicago as well. And so, if it's something that people need to react against and people need to sit with for a minute, that's fine. But it is also, I would assert, it's good to sit with it. Yeah. Because it's a reflection of our times.
Yeah, but it's a real shame what our times are, because we just ended a conversation with Greg Palast talking about how there's the new Jim Crow when it comes to voter disenfranchisement, and now we're talking about a threat to African Americans that's similar to lynching. Allison, I had this horrible epiphany while reading your report. That is that politicians win votes. Their poll numbers go up when they commit the U.S. to violence. Case in point, President Obama's recent bump in the polls once he authorized bombing of ISIS. But it always happens. I seriously doubt if there has ever been any record of a president going to war committing a violent military act without their poll numbers going up. Here in Chicago, there's the story of highly decorated police commander Glenn Evans, who Chicago Police Commander Gary McCarthy used to parade out as an example of a great cop, until DNA evidence came forward that Evans had shoved a gun in the mouth of Ricky J. Williams while demanding Williams tell him where the gun was that Evans thought he saw Williams holding. So do violent acts by police also lead to political popularity somehow domestically as well as when they are committed overseas?
Well, really what you're hinting at here, and I think it's a good point to make, is that we're starting to see this, not starting to, we have this militarization of police, where they are rewarded for using force, not for showing restraint, not for being passive. They are rewarded for being aggressive and for taking action. And this is no secret. The Chicago Police Department regularly puts out press releases, and we were able to use archival press releases to inform our data set here to track the officers who have mounting high numbers of misconduct complaints, and to see how they have been rewarded for shootings of citizens. Now, of course, we're not necessarily always seeing a direct reward for a shooting where someone was unarmed, right? But that is part of the police narrative to always say, well, he turned on me with a gun, or he looked as though he was turning on me with a gun. That's what happened in the Ortiz Glaze case. He was absolutely unarmed. They did an inventory of what was on his person. He had some cash and I think a black cell phone on him. And later, they found a silver cell phone, which they said resembled a chrome weapon that they thought that he was pulling on them. That silver cell phone did not appear in the first inventory report, and he also never got his belongings back. But police are rewarded for taking action, not for making choices that show restraint. And I think the law enforcement response to that, of course, is that, look, we're in this situation where we're running on high adrenaline, we're having to make life and death decisions on a daily basis, and we've seen our colleagues, our fellow officers, show restraint, and then maybe it didn't turn out well for them. Maybe they died in the line of duty, so to speak. So I think that, of course, there are two sides of this story, but when we look at this data set, it tells another story that is based on facts, and it is based on the reality of what's happening in Chicago right now. You know, you mentioned Glenn Evans, and in the data set that we were able to build upon, this tiny sliver of data that some human rights activists, writers, and journalists fought for years, but it shows that there are 36 police officers still on the force right now, with double the number of misconduct complaints that former Commander Glenn Evans had. And we're not hearing about them. It takes a DNA test to show that someone shoved a weapon down someone's throat in order to get the kind of media attention. And so even though we named officers that are not, some of them are virtually unknown until now, we thought it was really important to hold all of these people accountable and to illuminate the pattern of misconduct complaints, sometimes leading to shootings that, as Sarah mentioned, are highly questionable. There are 21 officers still on the Chicago police force after shooting citizens under highly questionable circumstances. We're talking about circumstances where people are unarmed, not resisting, that sort of thing. And, you know, while that hasn't resulted in any criminal charges for the officer, it has cost the tax-paying citizens of Chicago tens of millions of dollars. Because when we see those civil suits and some of the facts are laid bare, and we're able to read the officer's testimony, although in most cases we're not able to read the victim's testimony because he's not still with us.
Sarah, this, as you point out in the report, that is the vast majority of Chicago police officers have 0 to 2 civilian complaints against them. That's the vast majority. On the other hand, I think it was something like 697 that have more than 10 civilian complaints against them. So this is clearly what we're talking about here is a small minority of police officers. Granted, it's 5%, which is a large amount. It's a small minority of police officers who have these multiple complaints against them. Those who have been involved in questionable killings of civilians, that's also a small amount of people. But it's a small amount of people that could have an intense effect on the police department. So what is the impact of this 5% of police officers who have these kind of complaints? What is the impact of this kind of police violence and abuse on the other 95% who don't want to commit police violence, who don't want to do things that undermine the civil rights of civilians?
Yeah, you know, I think that in a way is a difficult question to answer only because we are barred from access to so much information. You know, as far as the impact on those who we know who do have this very large volume of misconduct complaints, and to be clear, that is a data set from 2001 to 2006. So it's just 5 years of data. Allison alluded to a crew of journalists and activists and human rights lawyers who forced out that data set. It is virtually the only data set of its kind. And it was produced around a specific case, and so that is why it has the specific year span that it does. Through the case, you know, it was created by way of FOIA. Nothing else like it exists. And so, you know, people had to fight for a long time for that to become public. There's another push like that underway right now, except the Fraternal Order of Police has filed an injunction to prevent that information from coming out. So there will not be any more data for at least a number of months, and even then, it could still be an ongoing fight. The reason why I wanted to connect that lay of the land in terms of what we know and what we don't know in regards to your question about this portion of officers versus the rest of the force is we don't really have a picture of the whole force yet, and that is an enormous problem. And that's why we dove so deep and really culled together as many resources as possible and as many data sets as possible to be able to not reference, the 2001 to 2006 data set as a historical document, but as a map to understand what the department looks like today, because it is very difficult otherwise. I would like to say that, officers with 1 to 2 misconduct complaints, I would still say the priority there is to look at the content of them, because we looked at the content of Ortiz Glaz's shooter, of his misconduct complaints. He didn't rank on the, more than 10 in a year. And by the way, more than 10 at its uppermost is 55. In any case, he didn't rank at that. But I did look at, because I don't have access to actual complaints in the police department, I did just take a look at what civil suits he was named in. These are very, very serious instances of excessive force. There are 3 in play right now, including Ortiz Glaz's. People will have to sort of dig into the complaints themselves if they're interested, but people who have filed them report things like fractures, report things like Ortiz Glaz's shooter emerged from his car as the person was just walking to their house with his gun drawn. And so, even if you're saying, well, 1 to 2, I would just like to put that on the table, in that these can still be incredibly, acts of violent impunity. And I will, however, say there is one connection that we do know in terms of officers who are in this minority with this incredible repeat history and officers who might be new to the force. And that connection is spelled out, again, like there's no conclusive way of knowing because so much is hidden from us. But there are 2 instances, in just a 2-month report in which we were diving deep into many, many different aspects of the department. So it's not conclusive at all. But even in just that span, there were 2 instances where an officer who did show up on this repeat misconduct complaint list was paired up with a newer officer who then, and together they were both named in a suit, in suits that, settled in very questionable shootings.
Wow.
And so there is this sort of, I don't have enough information to assert one way or another, but I will say that those 2 instances really signal a very important question about what is happening through generations of new officers when there is no accountability, no transparency, and a basic green light around violent impunity towards civilians.
We are speaking with Allison Flowers and Sarah McAree. They are co-authors of the Truth Out investigative report, Amid Shootings, Chicago Police Department Upholds Culture of Impunity. You can find that at truthout.org, and we have a direct link at our site, thisishell.com. Allison, you were mentioning the militarization of police, and in your investigation, you quote Art Lurigio, a criminologist and clinical psychologist who teaches at Loyola University here in Chicago, saying, quote, police departments are quasi-military organizations. The police are organized to use force in ways that no other citizen is authorized to ask. I think the belief is police have to be, as militant as they are, to protect us from bad guys. Do you believe the police department and police in general must act like a quasi-military organization to best fight crime, to best serve and protect the public?
Wow. Well, I don't know if as a journalist I have the training to answer that very large but very important question. I think that a criminologist, or in Art Lurigio's case, he would say that these police officers are living in a culture of fear where they are enabled with these weapons. And, how else do we think that they would be acting when, they do live in sort of a constant fear of a weapon being pulled on them, or, it's a very high stakes environment for them all the time. I don't know if that is fair to put on so many communities and to make those judgments of the people that they encounter on a daily basis. I mean, in Ortiz Glaz's case, he was in South Chicago, and he was at a memorial service, which was really a barbecue sort of celebration a few weeks after a friend of his was shot when police rolled up, and there were children around, and there were scores of people around. It was getting a little bit later in the day. They had been at the barbecue for a while, and it took a warning shot, which, again, we don't know the circumstances of that. We don't know why they were there. I think one police officer said that they were there to ask him about his friend's death that had happened several weeks earlier, but we haven't seen that really documented or corroborated. And yet, they come up on this crowd, fire a warning shot, it disperses the crowd. It obviously causes Ortiz Glaze to run as well. And then suddenly he's resisting arrest. He's obstructing justice. And he didn't gesture to his waistband, which is what witnesses say, but they say he did. Pulling out a cell phone, that's what the police account is. Does that amount to using excessive force? Is that the appropriate response? And, a judge in Chicago said no. He took Ortiz Glaz's word over these police officers. I think what is happening here is a lot of prejudice against communities where even though the stakes are very high for police officers and who are endowed with our public safety, I think when they are entering those situations through a certain lens of suspicion on people of color, we are really seeing the consequences of that embodied in this report. We're seeing the patterns and practices of the militarization of police. I think a lot of people would have recommendations for how to handle this problem. I do think that telling the truth about what is happening and the accountability, holding the powerful accountable, which is what we're trying to do here, doing what We Charge Genocide is doing. I think all of those things are important, but I think we know that there is a lot more to this very, very complicated problem.
Allison, I want to follow up on that because in your report, you state that more than 75% of those shot by Chicago police over the last 5 years have been black people. African Americans are more than 10 times likely to be shot by police than white people. City of Chicago Independent Police Review Authority, or IRPA, data show. Now, I'm betting some out there right now are rationalizing those statistics, and I bet conservatives and some liberals are doing it. That is, the reason that African Americans are more than 10 times likely to be shot by police than white people is because the likelihood that African Americans are more involved in crime is greater due to poverty and the impact that poverty has on education and opportunities. Can we rationalize that African Americans are more than 10 times likely to be shot by police than white people simply as an outcome of socioeconomic issues that confront the African American community on a daily basis?
Right. Well, I'm not interested in those rationalizations, just to be very clear, although I know that is a lot of critics would say. We have seen study after study over decades that shows that people of color are no more violent than white people. What we see, sure, if you want to point to criminal records and say that they are more likely to have criminal records, maybe that's true, but we're looking at things that are petty crimes very often, not necessarily violent crimes. And it's, I would argue the CEO, doing drugs in the suburbs that is flying under the radar and is posing threats to our society, just as much as someone on the south side of Chicago. So I just don't feel that that rationalization is there. I think that if anything, it just gives weight to what We Charge Genocide and the name We Charge Genocide is trying to prove right now to the United Nations.
I completely agree. Sarah, is the problem that violence by police, is it that it works as a crime deterrent in the short term, thus helping poll numbers for politicians, but causes long-term problems that become far worse than what was overcome by the police violence?
I
Yeah, I would say that again, and I don't mean to sound like a broken record. It is just something that people who are interested in all these questions really need to know and to push on. Is
Right.
that it's very difficult to conclusively know much of anything about the Chicago Police Department. I will say, one thing that I'm investigating right now. There was a year in which crime supposedly went down. However, when you take a look at these things, you can't assume anything. There was a great Chicago Magazine investigative report about why the crime statistics dropped. It's because they started reporting them differently. That is the only reason. People should look up, and that is under current Superintendent Gary McCarthy's, running of the department that happened. And that was a big PR rollout for the department. The Chicago Magazine took that down. It was false. They were simply reporting their statistics differently. So people should definitely check that out. And also, any correlation between, quote, crime and police violence is making something, I think it's two things. I think it's making something that is very complex, very simple, in the sense that a solution to, black market type activity in neighborhoods should not be assumed to be one that just means plug in more police. On the other hand, so there's complexities. And on the other hand, I will say there are aspects of this that are quite simple. I would just like to say that, the correlation between who is targeted by the police in Chicago and where there is a saturation of police, it is difficult to see as anything other than informed by a particular ethnic lens. It appears to be deliberate. And that, again, by the way, I'm saying that because that is the definition of genocide.
Right.
So even in that case, I am still happy to take down, rather than just disregard it, which morally I do. I'm happy to disprove it, though. And so, some things that I think people should look at are per capita, instances. Austin, which is a neighborhood that's seen as incredibly violent,
Right.
has twice as many people as a North Side neighborhood, as a North Side police district. And I would also like to challenge any assumptions about the South and West Sides of Chicago, because you can look at who's shot on the North Side, and you can look at the race of people shot on the North Side. It is often, I won't say always, because again, the measuring is a process that is made very difficult. There are specific blocks of specific neighborhoods in play that correlate to density of people of color. Or if you read media accounts around, who is shot and killed on the North Side by police. There is a very high correlation and a very strong likelihood, as across all of IPRA data, that on the North Side, the people who are shot, the people who are targeted by the police, are indeed black.
Right.
And so I do think those rationalizations, one, I think, they're racist. Two, I think that can be demonstrated. The fact that they're false and are not built up on facts can actually be demonstrated for anyone who does an actual look, a comprehensive look at the city overall. And I think that that's, an important direction to move, rather than just stopping at assumptions around segregation and poverty and crime.
Right. And it's a shame, as you were pointing out at the beginning of your response, that the answer is always plug in more police, or the other answer is gun control, and neither one ever seems to fix the situation instead of focusing on things like racism. And I know that I know that you were just saying it's not just about poverty, but also focusing on racism and poverty in an area would be far better than I would think would be, or not better, but an extension of any other process to do something about the security and safety of a neighborhood. Allison, as you report, Glaze was not only found not guilty with the judge believing his story and And as Glaze sees it, the judge realizing the police were lying, Glaze filed a lawsuit last April suing the city of Chicago, the Chicago Police Department, and a slew of named officers, including the officers involved in the shooting, Jones and Garcia. The lawsuit claims police planted a silver cell phone on Glaze, as you were saying. And this is what my other problem with police violence and corruption are, not just the police violence and the police corruption. If they are found guilty, it often ends in a settlement with taxpayers paying off lawsuits, not cops. And cops don't do time, and taxpayers pay for the legal proceedings. But if you simply look at the bottom line, I would assume that those officers who even escape punishment, those who had taxpayers pay for all legal proceedings and their lawsuit, that their career is over as a cop. Hell, I bet it would be hard for that cop to get a security guard job. In fact, I would suggest that we should put restrictions in place to make certain they can never carry a weapon again. So how destroyed are cops' lives after the city decides to pay off civilian complaints against officers to the tune of millions of dollars?
I would say that in most cases they're not destroyed. And that is part of what this data reveals, is that it is known that there are these shooters that are still on the force. In our report, we say that there are 21 officers still on the force who have shot civilians under highly questionable circumstances, and that has led to more than $30 million in taxpayer settlements. Of course, there's people who are relegated to desk duty and such, but we definitely see cases where after big payouts like that, and after having a record of shootings and being commended for them, they remain on the force. And these aren't necessarily shooters, but since we have sort of unpacked the connection between a high number of misconduct complaints and those who do end up being shooters, police shooters, we have 4 lieutenants in our data set here. We have a director of the Chicago Alternative Policing Strategy. We have 55 detectives, 69 sergeants who have more than 10 complaints that are included in that data set, not necessarily shooters, but they do have a high number of complaints over that 5-year period. And so it remains, politically unfashionable to go after these police, to hold them accountable in the face of cell phone video evidence, in the face of witness corroboration. And we don't see charges leveled against them. We see them staying, pretty secure in their role as public safety officers.
I have a question from hell for both of you. That's how we end each and every one of our interviews. We ask our guests a question that we hate to ask. You might hate to answer. Our audience is going to hate the response. Allison, let's start with you. Let me make sure I have the right question here. Here you go. What do you think leads to the situation where the media, the police department, reward violence? Is it simply because we live in a country that has a history of violence? Last time we were on the air, we were talking to Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz. She's written the book, The Indigenous Peoples' History of the United States. Before that, we were talking to Jeremy Scahill on the same show. She was tying the reason that the United States has dirty wars overseas to the history of what she called genocide against the indigenous people here in the United States and the violence that we've committed in order to create this country. What to you explains the glorification of police violence in the United States?
Well, as we noted earlier, it's very linked to taking action, the rewards that police are given, not for being passive. And I would say that, it's very much linked to, as most power-driven things are, money and reputation. So as they become more high-ranking, they are earning more money, they are held in greater esteem, but they also get to that place often through the exhibition of force by taking action against civilians, and as we've seen, where it's really not always warranted.
And Sarah, question from hell for you, and then I'm going to have one other question I want to ask both of you to respond to. Sarah, how much do you feel police violence is driven by the perception of police officers that being violent is what gets you ahead in the department?
how much do I think that is in play? That's a really interesting question. And how much, it feels like they might get a green light for it. I just think that in a general culture of impunity, which is absolutely what is at hand here. And by the way, you don't have to, it's not mine and Allison's word, and it's not just our research either. The Independent Police Review Authority, who you pointed to, which is meant to be a body independent of police, that happened. It was created in 2007. It was previously known as something called OPS, which was a part of the Chicago Police Department, because there was so much outcry around how time and time again shootings were found justified. Complaints were never sustained, to use their language, meaning, unfounded. The statistical likelihood of an officer receiving a meaningful penalty, being more than a slap on a wrist, is 1 in 1,000. So there was that type of outcry in 2007 that created what is the Independent Police Review Authority today, which, is called independent. Some of their staffers are people who were in OPS. At least one of their staffers publicly was in CPD, and they are both City of Chicago departments. Wow. And it's the same case time and time again. Shootings are found justified. The vast majority, penalties are rarely delivered. Complaints are found to be unfounded. And so I think there's just a blanket green light, first and foremost. And then I think, what we talked about in terms of the awards for valor, those are awards, that we were able to track in relation to some of the officers named in our report. The shootings that we call highly questionable, that a criminologist would call, quote, bad shootings. There's always one, when a quote bad shooting is in the media, there's a very quick follow-up by the Chicago Police Department that justifies it. I will also say, in reading all these media accounts, I noticed that in the mainstream media, every headline tends to include a justification.
Right.
Man with record shot by police.
That's a good point.
And then the details come out, and it's a very different story. And then that is, then there's a settlement. But, what happens, on this department side, on the police side, is so siloed and is of such a different character and of a different world. It's justified right away. Sometimes officers are awarded for that exact shooting. And it's described very differently in these press releases in which these awards are granted. And so I think that, police think they are above the law because they are above the law. And that is what people, in We Charge Genocide, what people in Ferguson, what, amazing, brave activists are pushing on across the country, is that there has to be a reckoning around this. There is too much violence. And, that is what consent decree is about, is to actually bring them under the scope of the law. So, your question, how much do I think that, the lack of penalizing violence, how much impact do I think that has on officers who may engage in such violence and them feeling like they're safe to do it? I would say that is just an overall culture. I would say that's what the entire thing is steeped in.
Wow, that's really frightening. And by the way, I just want to mention, too, that you, both of you commend the work of the Invisible Institute for a lot of the research that they did on this. And Sarah, as you were pointing out earlier, how the number of homicides have dropped in the city. I was talking to a homicide detective, this must have been back in 2004, and he was saying you're going to see a huge drop in homicides in the city because we now have this new classification. It was something like unknown death cases, and we could just shuffle those over to unknown death cases, and that's how the homicide rate was going to drop. So my question to both of you, I guess, Allison, let's start with you. What kind of reaction have you had to this from either the police, the media, the government, or just civilians?
Well, I think that this story has been pretty explosive on social media, so it's gained a lot of traction. I think this is our third or fourth radio interview. I have a speaking engagement lined up next week to a group of young girls who come from, at-risk communities, as they say. So it has led to quite a lot of attention. As far as direct backlash from Chicago police, I haven't seen that. I know that one of our many FOIA Freedom of Information Act requests was responded to with dispatch after our article came out, but we're still waiting on the final disposition of our standing requests. They've been flat out ignored, and our multiple requests for comment to the police officers named in our report have been flat out ignored. I mean, I don't know what this is worth, but I have a Chicago Police Department commander trolling my LinkedIn page, so then there's that.
So LinkedIn, he's probably going to offer you a job. Sarah, how about you? What kind of reaction have you had?
I would like to, and this isn't, the flashiest thing to say on the radio, but in the footnotes of our Truth Out report, if people are interested, they can take a look, because it sort of details our FOIA strategy. And what I'm getting at is essentially that there was a new directive from the Chicago Police Department that came out weeks after our FOIA request, that came out more than a week after our story went live. There was a directive issued from Superintendent Gary McCarthy that changed the nature of the form, which was a firearm discharge specific form that we requested FOIA records on. So anyway, just to say very briefly what that lay of the land is, it's very difficult to get any records returned. There are many excuses. Something can be called unduly burdensome, especially if they're meant to be compiling something which doesn't already exist. We asked for what is essentially a primary source document, something that we know exists in the police department, that stated very clearly, it's a very simple form, officers have to fill it out, tactical response report. The previous directive said firearm discharge, it goes to watch commander, eventually it ends up in records. So we knew these primary source documents existed. We knew that they were in records. We asked for a big set of them. That came back as too broad. We said, fine, we narrowed it. I asked for tactical response reports for 6 specific officers and 3 pairs of dates and locations. And those dates are, in 2010, 2011, because another excuse, another reason for, and it's a valid enough reason for not turning over records have to do with cases that are still pending.
Right.
So, you can't, they're not final, so they can't be turned over. But these are 2010, 2011 dates and locations of deadly shootings in which the IPRA investigation would have come and gone by now. So, to be in compliance with the Illinois, Freedom of Information Act, which is law, you have to respond within 7 business days. We were offered to narrow. We narrowed October 8th. Our story came out October 22. We followed up again. Never heard back about this very small, very specific set of tactical response reports. And on October 30th, there was a new directive issued that changed the entire nature of what a tactical response report is. I should back up and say that in our story, I actually walked through all of the methodology of everything we did because I wanted people to be able to read it and to replicate what might have worked in this city and in other cities. And October 30th, a directive came out that turned what was specifically a firearm discharge, what was specifically a shooting, into, again, situations where there's a justification built right in. The new directive, it's linked in our footnotes, spells out it's generally force, although it still includes firearms, but it's generally force. But before it even gets to firearms, it spells out when an assailant when an assailant matches a description, when a passive resistor matches a description, when an active resistor matches a description, pepper spray, taser, firearm. And so that came out after our story. I can't assert what I don't know, but when I look at that timeline, I have a very difficult time seeing that as anything other than the department's attempts to make sure that people in the future aren't trying to track shootings in that way.
Sarah,
I've also kept a log of police, like Allison might have, after some of those FOIAs went out.
Sarah and Allison, I really appreciate you being on the show. This is an amazing piece. Allison Flowers and Sarah McRae are co-authors of the Truth Out investigative report, Amid Shooting, Chicago Police Department Upholds Culture of Impunity. Thanks so much for being on the air. People can follow Sarah on Twitter at Sarah Mack, that's SERAMAK, and they can follow Allison on Twitter at Flowers Allison, ALISON. Thanks so much for being on the air with us this morning. Sarah, you know I'm going to be bugging you in the future because I've been in contact with you for years. I really appreciate it. And Allison, you are fantastic. Thank you so much for being on the show today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. This is Hell every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. We're going till 1 p.m. The other day, I was talking to one of the bartenders at Carrie's Lounge. They said a couple of people came in asking about me. My new office is above Carrie's Lounge, 2251 West Devon. I've been telling people to drop by, especially on Wednesdays, when kind of have office hours, if you will, during Polish Tuesday. I don't want to get into why it's called that again. But on Wednesdays from about 4 o'clock to about 7, you can find me generally drinking over at Carrie's Lounge, and some people have been dropping by to ask for me. I wasn't there for these two listeners. They were talking to one of the bartenders, Jonathan, and they said, hey, could you tell me something about Chuck Mertz? We're big fans and listen to the show. And he was like, well, he's a really nice guy. He's a friend of mine. And they're like, no, tell me something personal. And Jonathan says, well, he has this glug party every year, and he has one of the best Christmas trees, and I just sit there with my kid and stare at the Christmas tree because it's just amazing. And they're just staring at him. They're like, is there anything else you can tell us? And he goes, well, what do you want to know? And they ask, is he black? Now, I want to make sure that a couple of people understand that I am not black. Number one, Chicago Police Force, I am not black. Keep that in mind. And number two, Illinois and Chicago election officials, again, I'm not black. I may have changed my last name from Robinson to Mertz, but I am not black. On the other hand, that is probably the greatest compliment any white person can receive. Sorry. The 1% rule the world. In fact, they're pushing many of us outside their world, here to tell us how we became a republic of outsiders. Columnist for and contributing editor to the Columbia Journalism Review, one of my favorite magazines, Alyssa Quart, is the author of Republic of Outsiders, The Power of Amateurs, Dreamers, and Rebels. Good morning, Alyssa.
Hi, good morning to you.
It's great to have you on this show. Alyssa's most recent book prior to Republic of Outsiders is 2007's Hot House Kids, How the Pressure to Succeed Threatens Childhood. You also wrote the 2004 book, Branded, The Buying and Selling of Teenagers. How do you go from these two books about Hot House, How the Pressure to Succeed Threatens Childhood, and Branded, The Buying and Selling of Teenagers, how do you go from those books on the impacts of commercialism, hyperconsumption on kids to this book about Republic of Outsiders?
Well, I'm most interested in how our country and culture per se control and define people's inner experience and how they go through the. So one of the things that I found most interesting when I was reporting my first two books was people who resisted those forces. You know, the parents who homeschooled, the kids who fought against the corporatization of their education or had a resistance movement. So for my third book, I kind of wanted to flip the script and write about things I thought were positive, if very strange, that were going on in America that were pushing back against consumption, conformity, exploitation, et cetera. So I had to go pretty far out to the edges to find some of these groups that were really that you could see as anti-conformist and truly resistant, but that's what I did.
Also, I saw this at Wikipedia about you. It says Alyssa coined the term hyperlink cinema in 2005, which Roger Ebert promoted in his review of Syriana that year, and popularized the term hipster sexism. I don't know if you'd want to popularize the term as hipster sexism as much as you'd want to quote it. What is hipster sexism?
Oh, yeah, well, it was funny. I don't know if I popularized it or coined it or whatever, because when I thought I coined it, and then it turned out someone in Australia. Oh yeah, I had thought of it. I love that. I love memes. They're so easily circulated. But yeah, I see it all the time. Hipster sexism is this kind of ironic quotation of sexist things. Like a great purveyor of this would be Terry Richardson, right? Who thinks is the fashion photographer who thinks he can, represent women in a slightly ironic way that's still exploitative, and just because he's got quotations around the image of a young woman exploiting herself or whatever, being exploited, that's somehow okay. So I had come up with a number of different examples from mass media where that happens, like Spring Breakers, which was this kind of horrible film, which had, women like doing terrible, young women being, manhandled and, behaving like hipster fantasies, of pornography and humiliations, or instances like they pee on themselves and stuff. But because it was like a Harmony Korine movie, it was like a hipster movie, it was all okay. So that was one of my examples.
So I got on your book, I got to get this question out of the way in case there are those who are judging your book by its cover. You see this as a republic of outsiders where we can see the power of amateurs, dreamers, and rebels. A lot of people, including many who voted on Tuesday, don't see this as a country of outsiders. They see it as a country that is controlled by the ultimate insiders, the 1% wealthiest in our economy. And when you do hear someone calling themselves, labeling themselves an outsider, it's usually, as in the case with Illinois Governor-elect, he's a billionaire, Bruce Rauner, or Donald Trump calls himself an outsider. So if this is a republic of outsiders, then why does it seem that the ultimate insiders are the one who are calling the shots, running the show, getting what they want, including getting richer as the rest of us get poorer, and they seem to be getting more and more powerful, concentrating their power more and more?
Well, yeah, I mean, Republic of Outsiders, I'm making an argument for the rise of outsider culture, but I'm not saying it's necessarily powerful. In fact, a lot of the people who I spoke to are just creating little kind of power, little pockets of culture unto themselves and that are outside of electoral politics, and which is part of what you're seeing. You're seeing people just kind of giving up and creating like mini worlds and ecosystems, and that that has its own power, but it's not political power in the way that we used to think of it. And I agree. I mean, I found the election really depressing, as I'm sure a lot of your listeners did, and you can see that. I mean, of course, you can also see some countervailing forces, like the 34% that Zephyr Teachout got when she was running for governor in New York State in the last primary, and there's a couple of other candidates like her who are sort of rising up. But they're sort of rising up. Indeed, they haven't quite won yet. They're rising up more as ideas. And you're absolutely right. Wealth is concentrated, power is concentrated. Debt rather than wages is the new currency, and there's mass exploitation. And one of the things I'm trying to get at in my book, though, is that there are also ways in which the outsider is being co-opted. So, in fact, when you're talking about politicians who call themselves outsiders, I mean, the ultimate instance of that, of course, was Sarah Palin calling herself a maverick, if you remember back to that election, and, John McCain. So one of the things I try to talk about in my book is how politicians, people in power, misuse that term, how ad agencies talk about themselves being renegades, and it's actually kind of fascinating. In fact, I had called my book originally The Maverick Principle, and I had to change it because of John McCain.
But that would seem like it would undermine the desire to be an outsider if it's already being co-opted by Madison Avenue. What impact has that had on what impact has advertising and the co-optation and the commercialization and commodification of outsiderism, of hipsterness? How much has that undermined the ability or the desire for people to be outsiders?
Well, I think that's a great question, and one of the things I write about is sort of the outsider-insider, which is this concept where, which is more complicated than the clear outsider. It would be, major corporations like Whole Foods mining vegan sensibilities and forwarding animal rights positions, but within this corporate and, libertarian kind of culture, right? And that's this complicated, ambiguous area. It's not, it's not one thing or the other. It's not the outsiders that we might have thought of in the 60s or 70s, which even as Tom Frank wrote in Conquest of Cool were more complicated even then. So my book is not one thing or the other in that way. I mean, I try to show a spectrum from people who are really quite pure in their outsiderdom to those who get more and more co-opted and commodified. So I think there are pure outsiders, but they're pretty extreme. I mean, I did find them for my book, but they're pretty extreme.
And I've been having this conversation on our show since I think back in 2000 when Tom Hayden was on our show for the very first time, and we were talking about why he thinks that working from the inside is the best when it comes to getting things done within government as opposed to being on the outside. So it's a conversation we've been having for a really long time. And one group you write about, and many would see as outsiders, that's the Occupy movement. But as the media saw it, and many critics, including those you would think would be more supportive, have said the problem with the movement was it was too outsider. More so, I should say, it wasn't insider enough. Their critics, even those who are liberal and vote Democratic, said the effort was a waste of time because that the activists should have been going to a Democratic Party headquarters, working on electoral politics, not some fledgling social movement. In other words, the only way to have any real success is by working like an insider, even if your idea and your momentum comes from an outsider movement. So isn't the failure of Occupy Wall Street due to its inability to conform to the insider nature of electoral politics?
Well, I've heard that argument a lot, and I think that was true for quite a bit of the movement. Although, again, if we're just talking about symbolism, I think terms like the 99% and the 1% have had this half-life that you see reflected in everything. I mean, you see Edward Snowden saying that Occupy was his inspiration. You see whatever you think of Snowden, but you see a range of people still referring to these terms and having their sensibilities shaped by it. So I don't think it was all for naught, and I also, if you see movements like Strike Debt or Enrolling Jubilee, which was the debt forgiveness movement that came out of Occupy, or the thing that I write about in my book was the Occupy banking movement, which was, again, the kind of, I guess, slightly more insidery, outsidery element of Occupy. They were people who had worked at banks and lawyers and professors and sort of like a hyper-professional end of Occupy, and they went on to do sort of more granular work around law and banks and debt. So that, to me, has been what the real world success can be found in those groups that sort of continue the Occupy project.
Is the Republic of Outsiders, is this a new thing? Because it seems like through the history of America, there have always been outsiders and social movements that have had an impact on mainstream politics. So what makes what's going on right now with the Republic of Outsiders, what makes it unique, what makes it different than what happened in the past?
Well, I think the web has made a huge difference, and in terms of the circulation and also the co-optation. So, I mean, again, this is part of what makes my book not one thing or the other.
Right.
Because I think, I saw elements from streaming music that was once the province of the struggling musicians posting their work on CD Baby become iTunes and Pandora and these big corporate platforms, right? So that happened over the course of me writing my book. But at the same time, now artists can post their work and, CD Baby and probably get on iTunes if they really try and get access to these huge audiences. At the same time, who's really making the money? The money's concentrated again in iTunes, Spotify, et cetera. So it's a complicated picture, I guess I'm trying to give. The web has really shifted things for that. The use of social media has really shifted things. It's accelerated the process of outsiders coming to light and organizing, but also them being co-opted and stolen from by bigger entities that were always looking for fresh ideas to steal.
Right, because you point out in your book how outsider strategies are often adapted by insiders. You talk about Spike Lee using Kickstarter to fund his movie. Does that kind of when it's implemented by the most powerful and the wealthiest insiders, does that help outsiders because there's a trickle down, or does that hurt outsiders because all of the money starts going towards the wealthiest?
I think sadly we've seen a lot of the money going towards the wealthiest, and we've seen kind of complicated instances of people using free labor, right? From Lena Dunham to Amanda Palmer, just in the music world, right, where they get all these amateurs to contribute their skills and talents, and they're like not paying them until there's the public outcry. So I think you do see, even on the like micro level of the individual artist, you do see exploitation or something that looks like that. And then, with big companies, with iTunes, Pandora, I mean, I guess you could even say Whole Foods sort of using the whole animal rights movement as a way to sell more product. I mean, you can see some exploitation or appropriation. But at the same time, you see visibility. And so, I mean, I guess the whole question is visibility, or is getting your ideas out there and your work out there enough? Or is it only really successful if you're able to concentrate, electoral power or wealth
right.
for people who were once marginalized, right? So that's, I mean, and these are questions that I sort of half address, but I also think are open questions, and it's sort of what will happen with the future of the web, and whether people will be able to organize and decorporatize it, and whether there'll be successful alternatives to Facebook and big corporate platforms that are out there.
We are speaking with Alyssa Quart. She is a columnist for and a contributing editor of the Columbia Journalism Review. She is the author of Republic of Outsiders, The Power of Amateurs, Dreamers, and Rebels. I consider myself in the Republic of Outsiders, but the problem I've found from not joining the insider media is the lack of infrastructure that a business can supply. It makes it so it's financially more sustainable unless you have the ability, I do, to ignore collection agencies, and your energies are redirected from the creation of your work to things that are a distraction from your content, like marketing, advertising, creating a web presence, and dealing with all the day-to-day things that a commercial or NPR-type station can do for a show. So how sustainable is a Republic of Outsiders? Isn't the goal of any outsider to be bought for millions of dollars by an insider?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, which is part of why in my book I had started out thinking it was going to be about culture, and it started to be about identity groups, because I found that those were sometimes the people who retain the purity of their purpose. Like I wrote about a group called Mad Pride, who were, I guess we call them mentally ill, but they see themselves as having extreme states, and they're trying to spread a message that we should have peer-to-peer counseling and think differently about madness, and had like kind of a mad rights movement. And I don't think they're going to be selling out anytime soon. But part of it is that it's going to be a while until that idea is normalized into a point, or turned into something that someone could possibly commodify, right? So I had to go pretty far to find things that were outside of commodity fetishism, but I did. They're out there.
I find that I love the way that some people bring back a name. Back in 2000, I was interviewing, I can't remember what her name is. She's the executive director of an organization called the National Disabled Alliance, and I don't even know if they exist anymore. They were trying to reclaim the word retarded for retarded people, which I found fascinating at the time.
That
because
is fascinating.
I was shocked by
that, right?
Yeah, I was very shocked by that.
Wow.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
I don't know, but the other group that I really liked was the organization that was, even though I'm for assisted suicide, the group that was against assisted suicide called Not Dead Yet.
Oh my God! Whoa,
that's a great name for a group. I want that T-shirt. So you write that while all of these outsiders may seem to at first to be disparate, they are all people on the fringes of American culture who are using similar mechanisms to get their messages, identities, ideas, or products to others like themselves and to the broader society. These outsiders represent not one sort of resistance, but a continuum of rebellion, and yet all live out their beliefs and values values more fully than many of us who tend to express our endorsement of difficult positions, identities, or causes simply by liking, digging, that's the digging with a capital D and two G's, retweeting, donning plastic bracelets, or complaining in online comments. Are there any characteristics of this outsider movement that are consistent across the continuum of rebellion? For instance, do they generally tend to lean toward the left when it comes to politics or radical experimentation with art and music? Is this mostly a left-wing movement?
Well, I hate to say it, but I sort of went with what I was most interested in personally. And I could have had, I was considering, like, I was trying to get it was right about the Tea Party, and I was going to Tea Party meetups at some point and include, although, look, they've been completely co-opted. Since I started this book in 2007, this was, they hadn't had electoral success really. And, rapidly they came to the forefront. So I was like, I should probably be talking to gun fans, and I should probably be talking to a lot of different people who, you could have said at one point the Right to Lifers were organizing online, and they were an outsider group of a sort. So I just went with what I was sort of vaguely interested in and didn't feel aggression towards. But that was sort of a taste choice, and you had to stop it somewhere. It's kind of like one of those books that was like a worm, that it could grow infinitely, and it's like a infinity symbol, and it had all these paradoxes inside of it. So I just, what's an outsider, what's an insider, where do we stop, where do we break history, et cetera, and I didn't go as far as I could have. But yes, I mean, probably culturally they'd mostly be on the left, but I'm sure within like political outsider groups we could find lots of people on the right.
There's two terms that you use that I want to make sure, and you already touched on one of them, but I want to make sure that you explain it a little bit more. You write, instead of relying on likes on Facebook, these outsiders work to create identities more authentic than those offered or imposed by mainstream society, in a process I call identity innovation. These identities are often rooted in larger communities that act as a shield from and a challenge to the dominant culture. Can you give an example of these kind of identities? Because I know you already did, but I'm not sure I understand, at no fault of your own, because I'm not too sure how they act as a shield from and a challenge to the dominant culture, in that whenever I see the word identity, I start thinking of identity politics. And we saw the limits, we saw the greatness of identity politics, what it can do as far as empowering people, but we also saw the limits of it, where people stay within their isolated groups and not realizing that their identity also, that there's something bigger than their identity. There's something bigger that they should be approaching. So what do you mean by that identity innovation, and how is that different from identity politics?
It's not that different from identity politics. It's just these are often groups where the identities, I guess some theorists call this, they're groups around affinity and affiliation, typically more than they are. It's not a culture or race or et cetera. These are outsider groups by choice for the most part, and so that I guess that was what I meant with identity innovation. Like, it was like a new stage in my mind of identity politics that was motivated by choice rather than other markers. Like, okay, I know I'm queer or I'm X or Y, and now I'm going to read it. Although all this could it's flexible. These terms are flexible. What I was interested in, I guess, was mapping some of these terms like innovation or entrepreneurship, which were so much in vogue, back onto an identity politics framework. And so that's where identity innovation came from for me.
And that's the perfect place to go to the next term I was going to ask you about. What do you mean by cultural entrepreneurship?
Well, I was interested in social entrepreneurship, but I was interested in what happens if we talk about changing people's minds through changing culture. And that was, and having a democratic action and alteration through vending certain kinds of cultures, and that was what I felt like a lot of these people were doing. They're like, okay, I'm gonna create crafts, and it seems like a slightly empty gesture. And if we look at Etsy, and again, we can see that co-optation, but we can also see a new kind of resistant identity, kind of a cultural entrepreneurship. Like, okay, this is how I'm making an argument for the handmade in a world of big box stores. So I went and talked to a lot of crafters who were doing just that. So that would be an example of cultural entrepreneurship.
You write, during a financial crisis facing the inevitability of high unemployment and a contraction of the national economy, outsiders often must piece together their own economic exchanges as they have no other choice. So how much are we being pushed into or forced to be outsiders? How much is this a reflection of the incredible creative spirit of the current generations who are working as outsiders? And how much is this about people who are desperately trying to figure out a way to make money in a new economy that isn't as concerned about jobs as it is about the bottom line on Wall Street and stock portfolios?
Yeah, I think a lot of this is about people desperate to make a living and to understand how to do that. And a lot of people have been writing really well about this. You Are Not a Gadget, and these kind of books that have been coming out that are critiques of the web and this idea that we're going to be able to create sustainable cultures that will be paid for online. It's looking less and less likely. So I guess one of the things that the people in my book, when they were successful, were able to do was to monetize, so to speak, something that was different and outside and resistant, and that was it's complicated. It's like, okay, now it's a product. How effective is this exactly? How much change are you going to be able to really get across if you are able to, like one of the characters in my book, sell fake meat, or artificial meat was another character in my book who was trying to develop artificial meat. These are politically motivated corporations on some level, but then at some point they just become another way to make a living, right? So where's the line there? And if you can't make a living selling these things, what does that mean? Does that mean that these ideas are useless? And I think I'm asking a lot of questions in the book as well as answering them.
One of the things that you were just mentioning, the artificial meat, I was wondering if, when I was reading that part of your book, how much the outsider movement is pushing, for instance, you were talking about PETA at that point in your book, how much that pushes animal rights from just being a protest movement that's out on the streets, a protest movement that might be going to factory farms and going undercover and taking pictures, and how much does the outsider movement take that and move it to the next step of a revolution, if you will, because that was a big argument after 1999, the World Trade Organization ministerial meetings in Seattle. Jeffrey St. Clair was on our show, and he was talking about, yes, this is great, it's on the streets, but how can we take this trade criticism and this trade reform idea to the next step? Are outsiders taking a social movement and taking it to the next step?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back and forth. I feel like it's ricocheting. You'll see it Occupy, and then you'll see it dissolve. You'll see PETA rising up, and then you'll see, McDonald's appropriating it and using it to sell more burgers, or garden burgers, and it losing its revolutionary power, dissipating it in just a cycle of commodification. So I feel like every year I'm excited, and then the next year I'm, my hopes are dashed. Like right now, we're in a really dark moment after the election. It's like, let's not, So, but a couple of years ago, it looked a little brighter, right? So it just goes back and forth, and I'm not sure what's going to happen next. The giant climate change march seemed to mark. I don't write about environmentalism explicitly. I write about urban farming a little bit in my book, but that seemed like there's a sign of hope and a new level of organization. I don't know what that's going to bring exactly. I think people are now aware of things like debt and rent hikes in places like San Francisco, and I'm wondering what that new kind of organizing, and these are definitely outsiders of a kind. You were organizing for affordable rents, even like middle class rents in San Francisco, for instance. So I'm wondering where all this is going to go. So there's signs of hope in darkness. I guess, is that enough of an answer? What do you think?
I'm agreeing with you. It totally goes from some days I'm really optimistic and next day I'm very pessimistic. Actually, that probably goes every other second, so maybe I'm bipolar.
Yeah.
One of the things
you should have a pride movement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
A Chuck Pride movement. I don't know. That
Yeah,
doesn't.
Chuck Pride.
I will be showing up and nobody else because nobody's dumb enough to call themselves Chuck. So outsiders challenge hyperconsumption, or overcommodification, commercialization. How much are they seen then as a threat to the economy? After all, if they don't see themselves as first and foremost consumers, which is what neoliberals would like us to do rather than seeing ourselves as citizens who participate in democracy, aren't they undermining production and economic growth? Won't anti-consumerist, anti-commercial outsiders hurt our bottom line by not participating in the general economy, the regular economy, in the hyper-consumptive way they're supposed to?
I don't think so, because I think, as I said, they get reabsorbed, and this was something that I would have high hopes again. I'd have high hopes for craft culture, and then you'd see it get reabsorbed or sort of sucked into something like Etsy or into Urban Outfitters, sort of just appropriating its moves, and then it would all get very murky, like what was a crafter, what was a craft aesthetic. So I think it's a good, again, it's symbolic. It's good to like wave a flag made of hand knit garb or whatever, your freak flag of difference, and say, I really want to question consumerism, and, I'm doing that online, I'm doing that through organizing, and I'm doing that from selling different kinds of products than you'd see in Walmart. But at the same time, it's just, these are small pools of that, as you were saying, I mean, this maybe is one of the problems in which there's not enough solidarity between these groups. They are siloed still a little bit into their identities.
So it's not a threat to the economy, and if potentially it's co-optable, and the larger and greater economy and insiders could use these outsider strategies.
Oh God, and they're using it constantly. I mean, since I wrote my book, I'm just like tracking actual people from my book having sort of becoming insanely mainstream figures, and also the rhetoric. I watch rhetoric that was used by Occupy and other groups like it being used by politicians in, kind of more conservative or neoliberal settings, and that's an interesting game.
But I think there's a place where that co-optation could be a threat to the insider culture. And I think a perfect example of this is Bill Simmons, who started a blog and website called The Sports Guy that got so big he eventually was hired by ESPN. Since then, he has launched things for ESPN like Grantland.com and the 30 for 30 series that is incredibly successful. This week, Simmons was suspended because of on-air comments he made about, first, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, and seeing as how ESPN has a contract with the NFL, they didn't like that. And that led to on-air comments about other ESPN radio hosts who attacked Simmons the next day. Simmons isn't taking this lying down and continues to be critical of ESPN and its on-air talent. Do you think this kind of reaction by an outsider brought inside, being a troublemaker from the inside out, could be the future of insider co-optation by big money outlets? You mean the outsider becoming insider and then undermining?
That's a likelier thing than any kind of wild economic, restructuring. It's something that you see a lot of. You definitely see people brought in various levels now, especially in media, because bloggers. One can pretty quickly see how bloggers now they're not even bloggers, whatever they were. They're social mediaites become major media figures, and then, they start appearing on television, and then, ever so often they'll sort of remember whence they came, and there'll be a strange kind of tear in the fabric that you saw a lot less when people sort of went up the General Mills way, in the media, and there was a familiar kind of professional formation for them, right? Like, oh, you don't say this, I don't know. I haven't been tracking Bill Simmons, but I'm sure he was trained by sort of probably different forces than would have trained a traditional sports commentator, right?
Exactly. And how much does this outsiderness, do you think, lead to the continued glorification of the individual, the self-made myth? Does it undermine community and working within a community because outsiders might seem, like you were saying, in silos and isolated from one another? Is this better for community, these outsiders, or is it just more isolated?
They are in their own communities, so I guess most of the people I spoke to have communities. They've met online. in the past, many of these people, I mean, there are people I read about autistic people who are part of a neurodiverse activism community, and they're meeting online. They might have been, alone in the past. They might have not known about that this was an identity that was possible for them, and done organizing around it, and have really successfully changed how people think about autism and autism spectrum disorders. And so I think that and just in general about neurodiversity like synesthesia or dyslexia, right? And that was something that's a community effort, but it's a local community, right? It's not like a broad-based, it's not a mass movement, right? So I guess, I don't know, it depends how we're defining community. If the community is geographic or if it's, again, around this identity innovation, which is what I've sort of focused on in my book.
One of the great things about what's going on with outsiders right now, as you point out in your book, is how outsiders have more and more accessibility to each other and to the greater market because of technologies like the internet. But you also write that an expert can be an autism activist, such as actress Jenny McCarthy, who insists that vaccines caused her son Evan's neurological disorder, a claim with near zero support in scientific literature. Is this sort of communication meaningful or effective? So how much do outsiders then lead to misinformation or disinformation? Because I know that these same outsiders want people to, there's this criticism about not focusing on science. Like when you're talking about climate change, here's the scientific thing. When you're talking about Ebola, here's the scientific thing. When you're talking about vaccination, here's the scientific thing. And then this unscientific response to it. So how much is outsider culture responsible for this embrace of anti-science?
Well, I think it's interesting. I mean, the anti-vax people, again, if I was going to follow lots of people, I would have followed them as well, because as much as I disagree with their position, it certainly was an extreme outsider position that's been mainstreamed, right, by Jenny McCarthy and other people. That has happened. The climate deniers, they're also an outsider group, and they've definitely had their day. And some of this has to do with, the forces that I both celebrate and critique in my book, the toppling of a certain kind of expertise for this amateur power, right? And so sometimes these amateurs are rising up and they're really changing the conversation for the better, and sometimes they're rising up and they're just flying in the face of, history, knowledge, rationality, et cetera, right? And thanks to the web, right, partially, they're sort of getting these messages across at alarming speed. So it is a really fascinating moment to be alive, I guess. It is, when you ask how is this different from other periods in history earlier in terms of outsiders, I think the speed, the visibility, how many different kinds of outsiders. I mean, there was moments, like I write about this in my book, in the 19th century, there was religious revivals where there was all these different outsider groups in, say, upstate New York, or, there was the Transcendentalists and groups that were related to that. And there were moments in the 19th century where there's burgeonings of these kind of groups. And I feel like it's that moment now, and there's definitely groups on the dark side, and then there's groups on the light side.
This is a really, really fascinating book. We've been speaking with columnist for and contributing editor of the Columbia Journalism Review, Alyssa Quart. She is the author of Republic of Outsiders, The Power of Amateurs, Dreamers, and Rebels. Her most recent book prior to Republic of Outsiders is 2007's Hot House Kids, How the Pressure to Succeed Threatens Childhood. She is also the author of 2004's Branded, The Buying and Selling of Teenagers. And the best thing I found out about her, according to Wikipedia, she coined the term hyperlink cinema in 2005, which Roger Ebert promoted in his review of Syriana that year, and popularized the term hipster sexism. By the way, I worked at a bookstore, and Roger Ebert was my favorite customer. Man, what a nerd that guy was, but really an enjoyable person. All right, so one last question for you, Alyssa, and it's the question from hell. The question we hate to ask, you might hate to answer, and our audience will hate your response. Allison, if this book is successful enough, will you finally become the insider you've always wanted to be?
That again, this book is a very independent-minded book published by an independent press, the New Press. So I think in certain ways I've assured that it will be not be an insider book in that way. But it's interesting. I mean, people were like, "Oh, but you're an insider," and I tried to address that in my book. I mean, I'm not really. I don't know. Again, we don't know what that means, but I feel like some of the best culture is produced by a kind of collision of insider-outsider culture operating at the same time. So, I'd love to get the message of this out there and yet retain its purity as a book, which I think I may have done. I'm hoping this interview can be part of that.
It's a really fantastic book, and the one thing that I wanted to talk in generalities and big picture, that's what we always do on the show, because I want to expand on the material and not just, recite the book itself. But in the book, she focuses on the different types of outsider groups, and those stories are really fascinating. I just want to talk on the big picture aspect of what's going on with outsiderness this morning, but you really got to check out Alyssa's book. Again, it's called Republic of Outsiders, The Power of Amateurs, Dreamers, and Rebels.
This month.
Out in paperback, and we have a direct link to it at the front page of our website, thisishell.com. Alyssa, thanks so much for being on our show.
Oh, it's been a pleasure, seriously.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
This is Hell every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. All right, Alex wants me to get to this. I even ended on time there. Alex, look at that, 12:30. Wow. When does that happen? Here's this morning's question from Hell. Best reply gets a free copy of Naomi Klein's new book. This changes everything. Capitalism versus climate change. The media has been hyping lots of fear of late, but ISIS, meh. Or how about that Khorasan group that nobody in Syria has ever heard of, yet the U.S. keeps bombing? And Ebola? Whatever. I'll take science over media hype and politicians who are trying to exploit fear for votes anytime. So what really scares the hell out of you? Alex, you have the final responses for us to determine who wins the Naomi Klein book.
Yeah, hold on. My mic is broken.
Oh, sweet. Just hold it like Tom Jones. Swing it around your head like Roger.
Okay. So we've had a few responses since then. I'll go through them. Friend of the show, Ed Sutton, who you should obviously check out, the Antidote Zine, who does transcripts and also a lot of awesome, really original content, wrote, "Neo-Nazis. Seriously, they're better at international solidarity than leftists and also don't exactly reject violence as a tactic. They are coming for us. No, wait, even better. They are among us." Yikes. In all caps. We had Adam Rogers, who wrote, "Scared people. Their bat S hit crazy." We had Chris S. wrote, "Clickbait. It's ruining some of our generation's brightest minds. You'll never guess how." But I didn't click on the link. He didn't send a link. And then I think who maybe should be front-running for just sheer length of a response, Jonathan M. wrote influenza and then wrote 3 super long paragraphs about why you should be scared of influenza. And he uses words like antigenetic.
Oh, sweet. And people can find that at our Facebook page.
It's pinned to the front of the page on the Question from Hell. It is a long explanation for why you should be terrified of influenza.
So, Alex, I'm going to leave this up to you. Do you want to go with his response, Jonathan M's response, or do you want to go with Mike's response when he says what really scares the hell out of him? The Air Supply reunion tour. Which one do you want to go with?
I'm not going to get into my thoughts about Air Supply here.
What are your thoughts on influenza?
Well,
big fan?
Not now after reading from Jonathan M. I would give it to Jonathan M. just for, and I don't want to...
For effort.
Yeah, oh boy. Yeah, it is... He starts writing about stuff from like the 60s and then the First World War. This is really great breakdown for why you should actually be scared of influenza.
And people can find that at our Facebook page, just like us on Facebook. So, Jonathan M., you are the winner of the free copy of Naomi Klein's new book, This Changes Everything, Capitalism versus Climate Change.
Jonathan, write to me, Alex, at thisishell.com.
Oh, and hey, by the way, I was having difficulty getting in touch with some listener who won a contest through Facebook, Alex, and I went to their Facebook page, dug around. It took me a long time, but I found their email address. Sometimes people hide it, and then all of a sudden somebody will post it by accident on there. So, because people weren't responding to my messages. It's the only way I've had any luck on getting back to people on Facebook. All right, so I got that taken. Twist off. I should be getting to that soon. I told you I was going to get to this. Oh, yeah, let me do this because I mentioned it before. A couple of other stories from alternative media that we wanted to mention this week. This is from Common Dreams. $7 billion U.S. eradication efforts delivers record high poppy crop in Afghanistan. Federal watchdog report calls into question U.S. efforts to stamp out opium production. Opium poppy cultivation levels in Afghanistan are at a record high, though the U.S. government has spent over $7 billion to stop it, federal watchdog states in a new report. The letter says, as of June 30th, 2014, the United States has spent approximately $7.6 billion on counter-narcotics efforts in Afghanistan. Despite the significant financial expenditure, opium poppy cultivation has far exceeded previous records. So there you go. That war that George Bush said we could stop it because we should stop Afghanistan because they were a narco-terrorist state. Guess what? They still are. And better than ever. Damn it. Here's another story from Common Dreams this month. This is from Sarah Lazar, a staff writer. Gaza cut off from all sides as collective punishment deepens. Let's see. Despite widespread calls for increased humanitarian aid and economic activity, the approximately 1.8 million people living in the Gaza Strip have been further isolated from the outside world following Israel's closure this past Sunday and Egypt's closure last week of border crossings into the Palestinian territory. Don't we have a quote here from Mr. Falk? I don't believe so. I thought that a past guest on our show had a quote in here. Defense for Children International Palestine reports that Gaza residents are scrambling to assemble classrooms following the mid-September start to the school year. At least 26 schools were destroyed in the offensive, 228 were damaged, and another 31 schools continue to serve as shelters for displaced people. Amnesty International also put out a report this week condemning the way in which Israel attacked Gaza and the way that they weren't concerned. Apparently, according to Amnesty International, they weren't concerned with trying to slow civilian or limit civilian deaths. We have this great list from a past guest on our show. Oh, this isn't it. Where is that? From Paul Buchheit. I got it right here. Here it is. Great list from a past guest on our show, Paul Buchheit of DePaul University. 5 facts about how America is rigged for a massive wealth transfer to the rich. Meanwhile, there's a solution so that the wealthy can pay their fair share. So here's the 5 ways that Paul writes. Each year since the recession, each year since, I gotta get rid of that Michigan since. Each year since the recession, America's richest 1% have made more than the cost of all U.S. social programs. Number 2, almost none of the new 1% wealth led to innovation and jobs. Number 3, just 47% of wealthy Americans own more than half of the rest of the U.S. population. The upper middle class of America owns a smaller percentage of wealth than the corresponding groups in all major nations except Russia and Indonesia, where there is greater disparity of wealth. And finally, 10% of the world's total wealth was taken by the global 1% in the past 3 years. He says there's one solution and one solution alone. It's one that Dean Baker mentioned on our show maybe 7, 8, 10 years ago, and that is a financial transaction tax. But it doesn't look like a financial transaction tax is going to be happening. It's a fair tax, according to Paul. While average Americans pay up to 10% sales tax on shoes for the kids, millionaire investors pay a 0 sales tax on financial purchases. They pay just a 0.0002% fee, 2 cents for every $1,000 for a financial instrument. Here in Chicago, I'm paying, I think, 8, 9, I think it's closer to 10% sales tax right now. But if you're buying stocks, that's 2 10,000ths. No. Yeah, 2 10,000ths. 2 100,000ths. 2 100,000ths of a percentage point. All right, so what else do I have here? I got some stuff from Salon. Oh, yeah, I wanted to mention Salon because we are going to have, or Truth Out, because we just had a couple of people who had a piece at truthout.org on police violence here in Chicago, and there was a lot of great stuff over at Truth Out this week. And next week we are going to have on our show Maya Shenwar. Maya is editor-in-chief at Truth Out. Her new book is Locked Down, Locked Out, Why Prison Doesn't Work and How We Can Do Better. Also on next week's show, we will be interviewing Tony McGee. He will be back on This Is Hell. He is founder and owner of the Lagunitas Brewing Company. He has a new book out called So You Want to Start a Brewery, The Lagunitas Story. That book was actually out in the past, but it's been re-edited, rewritten. It's not very much the same book anymore. And we are going to be giving out a copy of Tony McGee's book as the reward for having the best reply to next week's question from hell. What is next week's question from hell? Well, I'm glad that you asked. Next week's question from hell. Well, first of all, let's tell you that last week votes were stolen, voters purged, and the attempts to stop people from voting in the U.S. were greater than ever. So who knows if your vote was even counted? So our question from hell for next week is, if it's uncertain that your vote was even counted, what's the best way to participate in democracy here in the U.S. other than voting? Voting aside, what's the best way to participate in democracy here in the U.S.? Again, the best reply will get a copy of Tony McGee's new book, So You Want to Start a Brewery, The Lagunitas Story. All you have to do to post your reply is send it to chuck@thisishell.com. Later on this morning, I'll be posting this at our Facebook page as well, and you will be able to leave your replies there. Again, our question from hell for next week is, if it's uncertain that your vote was even counted, what's the best way to participate in democracy here in the U.S. other than voting? All right, Alex, are you ready for some twist-off knowledge?
Yes.
All righty. And by the way, thank you.
Oh, hey, everyone, go see Citizen 4. It's really, really, really good, the Edward Snowden documentary.
Oh, yeah? Spectacular.
Yeah, I went and saw it last week when the show would have been playing instead of football people playing.
Oh, really? And how? So tell me.
It is, it's great. I think it's really important as a document for everything that's sort of gone on. And afterwards, I saw some friends of mine, and then they said, I told them, it's like, I went to see Citizen 4, the Edward Snowden documentary. And they said, well, yeah, but I mean, don't we know everything about that story? And no.
No,
you don't. And the thing that's like really, really impressive is, and, it's not just the documentary made retelling the story. Laura Poitras, the filmmaker, was in the room with Edward Snowden and Glenn Greenwald while he was leaking all of the information, and she's filming it. And it's really incredible to watch that happen. You kind of watch the psychic toll of what Snowden is doing as he's sitting in this hotel room for a week. You watch the bags growing under his eyes. You watch him trying to sort of like figure out what his next steps are. It also kind of like ties into a lot of stuff about policy and the government, but the centerpiece of the film is just sitting in a room with Edward Snowden talking about the NSA security state in just like a hotel room somewhere in Hong Kong with Glenn Greenwald, and it's amazing. It's really, really fascinating. I would recommend everyone go see it.
One of the things I heard about it is that Laura Poitras, when she's filming it, because it's just in a tiny apartment, a tiny hotel room, because the shots have to be so tight, because it's in a small space, that really adds to the tension. Did you get that feeling at all?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not formal in any way. It's just watching him just talking about things. Like, there's moments where he hides under a sheet to type passwords into things because he doesn't want anything getting out. It's really fascinating. She just did a pretty amazing. There's a million ways you could have told that story, and she constructed the film really well. I mean, your mouth will be open watching like half of the film. It's really, really great.
Sweet. I got to see it. I talked to Laura this week. We were hoping that she could be a guest on our show this week, but she's already on the international tour and booked up. Maybe when she comes back around to the United States, we might be able to get her on. Same thing with Naomi Klein. Missed her on the front side, getting on the back side because everybody hates This Is Hell. All right, let's do some twist-off knowledge. If it wasn't for the great folks over at National Beer, this show would not exist. National Beer is the only beer that comes in a can with a twist-off cap. Inside that cap is a hieroglyph, a pictograph, a rebus, if you will, that imparts onto you, the soon-to-be drunk drinker of National Beer, a little bit of twist-off knowledge. So let's hear it from the great folks over at National Beer.
This beer, yes, this beer.
This beer, there's youth and bourbon, this beer.
There's youth and bourbon, this beer.
There's There's fun in serving this
white
beer.
IPA.
Fun with National Beer.
National Beer is pleasure given, half a taste of pleasant living.
This beer, this National Beer, this beer right here.
Alrighty, let's see if we can figure this out. An X, the number 12, a whole bunch of American flags, the number 1/2, commonly referred to as a half, a picture of the ocean plus the letter N, the number 40, followed by a K, a TV, a bottle of myrrh, plus a whole bunch of deers, minus the letter E. So let's see. By 12, X always means by. Americans, half oceanin, 40,000 TV murderers. Oh, I got it. By the age of 12, the average American has seen 40,000 murders on television. By the age of 12, the average American has seen 40,000 murders on television. Gosh, why are we so desensitized to violence? The libation of the week this week, because we wouldn't be doing our due diligence. We wouldn't be doing the community service that we should be doing by giving you a hangover cure at the beginning of the show without telling you what you should be getting drunk on this week. So it's time for the libation of the week. And this week's is the Heyoka India Pale Ale from Half Acre in Chicago's North Center neighborhood at 4257 North Lincoln Avenue. Heyoka is a seasonal beer only available in the fall and winter and currently available at the North Lincoln Avenue tap room. I had it at the Windy City Distributing tasting show back in August, which was weird because they are not distributed by Windy City. So they were just like a guest at the Windy City show, which is fantastic because if they can do that kind of guest tap idea that a lot of craft brewers do, where they allow other craft breweries to be represented at their facilities, if all of a sudden craft brew distributors start highlighting other beers, that's even greater for the community of craft brewing. At the show, it was hands down, Heyoka IPA was hands down the best IPA I had, and there was very stiff competition. According to Half Acre, Heyoka has Chinook and Amarillo hops and a pale malt, which make it go from wonderfully bitter to suddenly sublime. Now, doesn't that sound like an actual beer interview? I wrote that part. Wonderfully bitter to suddenly sublime. The word Heyoka in Half Acre's Heyoka IPA is from the Lakota, meaning a contrarian, jester, satirist, or sacred clown. This IPA would do any Heyoka proud with a 7% ABV. It's available in 4-packs of Tallboy cans on tap around town and in growlers again at the Half Acre Tap Room, 4257 North Lincoln Avenue. To find out more, go to halfacrebeer.com. I know you have, Hefe. I know you do.
1, 2, you know what to do next. One more time.
The moment of truth, 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 the moment of truth.
Word. Welcome to the moment of truth, the thirst that is the drink. White privilege is real. I understand the need to call it out and critique it and the way white people resist the concept. I also understand and condemn the historical and current European penchant for destroying other peoples and erasing their cultures. There's a lot of blame to place justifiably on white Europe and her descendants. White European colonialism has evolved into global capitalism. It systemically victimizes most human beings, if not most beings and non-beings, period. Today we rightly prickle, balk, and rebel against its blithe misappropriations of other cultures, especially in view of its history and current dominance. As a Jew, a suicidal depressive, a feminist or feminist supporter, depending on your view, an artist, a member of the radical working class, a folkie, a rocker, a former nerd, and some kind of queer, I find it annoying to see the practices and ideas of my many peoples stolen, perverted, co-opted, and misused. So when an article appeared on my Facebook feed denouncing the Caucasian usurpation of the Day of the Dead, I got it. The title, Dear White People, Queridos Gringos, you want our culture, but you don't want us. Stop colonizing the Day of the Dead. It was, I felt, appropriately indignant. But then it turned out the author was Puerto Rican.
Dia de los Muertos is a Mexican holiday with origins in Aztec civilization. I mean, I'm not Latino, so I can't really get offended, except in my capacity as a rational judge of logic. But is it kosher to get self-righteous about people stealing a Mexican holiday when you're not Mexican yourself? I mean, aren't you stealing the holiday too by doing so? In arrogating to yourself spokesmanship for a nationality you don't belong to just because you speak the same language, aren't you disrespecting the diversity of the Spanish-speaking world? And by suggesting white people owe you not just deference, but employment in connection to this holiday because you resemble in some respects the people who originated it, aren't you kind of being a hypocritical a-hole? The article was posted on a friend's feed, and her comment on it was this: word. I found it more than a little ironic that she would choose the expression word to signify her wholehearted agreement with a polemic against cultural misappropriation. I don't know anything about her background, but I'm pretty sure she's not a poor inner-city African American. As a relative of African Americans myself, I find this type of fronting offensive. However, if she actually is a legitimate member of hip-hop society, the boundaries of which are clearly knowable, at least to its members, then she should have at it. I'll tell my peeps she's down. I'm, of course, kidding. Word has passed into the general lexicon since it was first introduced by those who coined it. You know, the old school OGs. They coined it. The rest of us put their coinage into circulation, just like jazz, blues, and rock and roll. During the 90s, when I was in a klezmer band, we met another klezmer band at Klez Camp, a national gathering of klezmers and aspiring klezmers. This band was from Germany, and they didn't have a single Jewish member. In fact, all over Europe, it turned out, and elsewhere on the continent that had recently committed genocide upon both the Roma and the Jews, non-Jewish and non-Roma were playing the traditional wedding and festival music of my people. It was jarring. Then again, there is a power in the music, and I have to wonder if maybe something of the spirits of the people they annihilated doesn't come back to haunt the generation who committed those crimes when their children and grandchildren play the music of the massacre. Getting back to the Mexican Day of the Dead, the Puerto Rican usurper's most salient point, and the one that really hit home for me, was a snide remark about Europeans selling out their culture to Walmart, specifically Halloween. I'm not sure that's how Halloween historically morphed from a pre-Christian holiday during which the veil between the dead and the living was thought to be especially permeable into an evening of costumed children wandering around collecting candy from their neighbors, but be that as it may. Much of what once was deep and visceral in our cultural past has become little more than a source of profit in the global Ponzi scheme which white European colonialism has evolved into. When Ricardo Valenzuela changed his name to Richie Valens and recorded La Bamba as the B-side to Donna, he was participating in the same system of economic cultural colonization. Has that been good or bad for his culture? The song was a hit. Was it because white people are thieves or because it's a good song no matter who listens to it? Does infiltration of Latin culture into the white market subvert the market's whiteness, at least a little bit? If not, there's no hope. Because if we don't believe we can influence the dominant culture with our deepest expressions and influence it at least partly to our advantage, our only weapon against it is violence. And I don't like that because it hurts. However, I'm not saying I won't join in should it become necessary. The thing is, we all participate in buying and selling ourselves. We're forced to do so by the global dominance of capitalism. There's no hiding from the Walmart. In the end, we all support it in our very compliant interaction, every compliant interaction with a system that oppresses us. There are hermits who go off the grid. We are not like them, though. The boundaries between communities within a nation are porous. We make culture in a public arena, and the good things are constantly stolen, from the smallest individual transaction to the grandest theft of a continent's resources. Profit motive as the driving economic force is to me the primary ill from which humans are ailing. But then again, I'm a socialist. I didn't like it when the USSR co-opted socialism either. While I, too, deplore cultural theft, I have to believe that if culture and art have any power, they alter the one who steals it. Infiltration from other cultures renders the endo-colonized visible to the colonizer, and thereby spotlights the colonial relationship. This country, if it continues to exist with its current boundaries and national identity, will belong to its people of color one day. That's a demographic near inevitability. Spanish is a growing lingua franca. A lot of white people are threatened by that. Without being too grandiose, those empowered don't go down without a fight. And I think the transition out of a white supremacist-dominated society is going to be less violent to the degree the white people have been infiltrated by the cultures they've oppressed. Historically, it's easy to kill the other. It's harder to chop off a piece of yourself. And maybe that's wishful thinking. In an open society, there are countervailing forces operating alongside the co-optation. It's willful ignorance to ignore our own complicity and the way our cultures intermix fluidly, and how we are often enriched by the mixing, monetarily sometimes, but also in deeper ways. Unfortunately, it's not so easy to separate yourself from that which oppresses you. It's partly by design on the part of the oppressors. If it were easy to divide ourselves from a clearly defined oppressive phenomenon affecting us purely negatively, we'd all be able to agree how to fight it and do nothing but fight it all the time, right? This has been the moment of truth. Peace out.
Hey, so did you go vote this week?
That's a privilege between me and my ballot.
Ah, I see. You're playing the Australian ballot rule?
Yeah.
No. Well, aren't you great? I was just curious.
Anyway, my state voted exactly the way I vote.
Oh, really? See, there's no
I
need.
got everything we wanted.
So it doesn't really. You don't even really need to go vote then.
It's pointless.
I got to tell you, so this is what I went through on my way to voting. I'm walking across Warren Park in this tundra-like field. The wind is going against me, and all I'm thinking is, okay, I got to remember that when those political campaigners come up to me and they say, hey, are you going to go vote? The best response you can possibly have is just say, I'm a felon. It's really great. It works fantastic.
I'm a felon?
Yeah,
Are you allowed to vote in Illinois even if you're a felon?
No, you can't vote in Illinois if you're a felon. You can't vote anywhere if you're a felon.
Really? I thought, yeah, you can.
Really?
What do you mean?
You tell me somebody who's got
jail.
1 year. No,
I mean, you mean like a convicted felon who's done time? Yeah, you can vote in certain states.
And I don't know that state, my friend. You'll have to. I know plenty of friends of mine who have had felonies and then fought for their right to vote.
Well,
we're gonna have to look this up now. Now I want to look. Now you got me all.
I'm sure that it's state by state. It's not a.
Oh, really?
It's not a federal policy.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway,
but there have been national lawsuits.
So I'm walking towards.
What am I, an encyclopedia?
I'm walking towards the polling station. You look more like a thesaurus. I'm walking towards the polling station, and I'm thinking to myself, "Got to remember felon. Got to remember felon. Got to remember felon." And then all of a sudden, my mind just wanders for a second. I think of the conversation I had with Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz at the end of the last show that we did, who wrote the Indigenous Peoples' History of the United States, and I'm like, "Wow, I'm on my way to go vote in an election." For a country that was created by genocide. And so that horrible thought starts going through my head. And at that point in time...
You are a felon!
And so then I start thinking about who I wanted to get on the show this week, and I think he's going to be on next week. This guy by the name of Edward E. Baptist, and he has a new book out talking about how the American economy was fueled, bolstered. It wouldn't have the success that it had without slavery. And so I'm thinking to myself, great country founded on genocide, economy founded on slavery. Can't wait to go vote in the democratic process. It just really gave me.
Looking on the bright side.
I know this show is ruining me. God, next time I do a show, it's going to be called "This Is Heaven," and I'm just going to be deliriously happy all the time.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Hey, two things I want to mention to you that I found in newspapers over the last few weeks, and I never got around to them. I don't know if I mentioned this to you. There was a front page or page 3 story in the Tribune on October 22nd. Columnist Mary Schmitz, who always drives me crazy, she calls Diwali Christmas for Indians.
I can't. Sort of, maybe. No.
I just love that it's Christmas for Indians. I just love that.
Because everybody needs Christmas.
Everybody knows what Christmas is. Hanukkah is Christmas for Jews. What I like to think of is Christmas is Kwanzaa for white people.
Kinda.
The other,
I think it's more Diwali for white people.
the other couple of things.
Hanukkah is definitely Hanukkah and Diwali are very close. They're festivals of lights.
So why didn't Mary Schmidt write Diwali is Hanukkah for Indians?
Because she's an anti-Semite.
Yeah. There's this article in the Tribune. This is also in October 24th. This is about the Obama Presidential Library that may be here in Chicago. I just got to read this one excerpt for you, if I can find it here real quick. 1968. Where is that? Here it is. With a new generation of North Lawndale residents joining Norrington and working with the UIC community in closely trying to bring this dream to the neighborhood, they envision bike paths, green space, basketball courts, affordable housing, and thriving businesses on the stretches of vacant, overgrown lots left in the wake of the 1968 riots that devastated the West Side after the killing of the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Yep, that's right. The city of Chicago, they're really on top of things 46 years later.
Oh, yeah.
Buildings that burned down, creating a huge vacant lot in North Lawndale. City's right on top of that. They're refilling that real quick. I thought for sure
we wanted to do it right. We didn't want to rush into it.
Exactly.
Here's a Hollywood tip for you.
Yeah.
Chris Nolan's Interstellar.
Yeah.
Get your hopes down.
Yeah, I was gonna. Oh, don't even tell me. I've already had this conversation online with a whole bunch of friends of mine. How bad this is getting. I was hoping it would be good. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. We just got a phone call from someone who said felons can vote in Illinois.
Oh, really?
And they know that because they are a felon or were a felon.
Well, really? Well, I guess I spent too much time in Michigan.
It is right again.
Thanks for calling.
I guess I spent too much time in Michigan.
Thank you, caller.
Everybody I know who's a felon in Michigan can't vote, and everybody I know.
That's a lying felon. Who would have thought that a felon would lie to your face?
Well, there you go. I'm telling you, though, there's a huge felon disenfranchisement thing going around the United States, and it's millions.
Florida, I think you can't. Or there was a big deal about whether they could vote or not. But
I know it's
a lot of felons just assume they can't vote and then don't because they're lazy.
Crazy.
Because there's nothing lazier than climbing to the third story of an apartment building and breaking in and stealing stuff without getting caught.
Well, you're a third story man. I will have to email Greg Palast and ask him to give me information on where is felon disenfranchisement, because it's something that he writes about all the time. All right, Jeffy, we're going to have to leave it there. Stay beautiful.
I will.
All right. Talk to you next week.
Mwah.
This is Hell. Every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. We're going till 1 p.m. Don't forget, next week's show, we'll be speaking with Maya Shenwar. She is going to be live here in studio. She is the editor-in-chief of Truth Out. She has a new book out called Lockdown, Locked Out, Why Prison Doesn't Work and How We Can Do Better. And before I forget, go over to Truth Out. There's some really great stories this week. Dar Jamal, a past guest on our show, he has a story over there assigning a cost to BP's Gulf oil spill 4 years on. That is an amazing analysis. Henry Giroux, one of my favorite guests who was on this year, and we had tons and tons of people downloading and sharing that interview. Henry's got a new article over at Truth Out called Capitalism is a Tumor on the Body Politic. What's the alternative behind the mid-election babble? And finally, Noam Chomsky has an article over at Truth Out this week that is also a must-read. The headline, The Leading Terrorist State. It's official. The U.S. is the world's leading terrorist state and proud of it. All of that at Truth Out right now. And tune in next week when we have editor-in-chief of Truth Out, Maya Shenwar, on to talk about her book about why prison doesn't work and how we can do better. And on next week's show, post your answer to the question from Hell, what's the best way to participate in democracy other than voting? And you may be the person who wins a copy of Tony McGee, the founder and owner of Lagunitas Brewing Company's new book, So You Want to Start a Brewery. I'm your bitter, blind, broke, gap-toothed radio show host, Chuck Mertz. I want to thank all of our guests and correspondents this morning. There's only one way to get over all, and our producers, Dan and Alex. There's only one way to get over all of the problems that we've introduced to you on this morning's show, and that's by sitting down in the lotus position, turning your palms towards the sky, focusing on that burning white dot in the middle of your forehead, and saying these simple words, everybody's stupid.
My demon is on my butt. My demon talks to me in profanity like a sailor. And my demon tries to knock me down and my demon tries to put me on a hell ride.